But McGowan's gone, trading the cabinet room for the corporate boardroom. His replacement, Roger Cook, may not have the same cult following built during the pandemic, but near everyone agrees he'll still be Premier come tomorrow morning.
For Libby Metham's Liberals, the first goal is to lift the party off the canvas, win enough seats to become a credible opposition, and then move to within striking distance of Labor in time for the next election.
The current opposition, the Nationals, will be taking on both Labor and Liberal candidates, trying to make inroads in the city.
And with a federal election just around the corner, tonight will give us an early read on the mood of voters and how the contest between Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton is shaping up.
Live across Australia from Perth on Whadjuk country, this is WA Votes.
Hello and welcome to the ABC Election Centre here in Perth. We're live across the country on the ABC News channel, around Western Australia on ABC Television and, of course, streaming live on ABC iView. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Rhiannon Shine. It's just gone 6 p.m. in WA, which means polls have officially closed across the state and counting will soon get underway.
And to help us make sense of the count like no one else can is our Chief Elections Analyst, Antony Green, who's made his way across the Nullarbor with his trusty touchscreen. Anthony, very good evening to you. You start election nights always with the state of play, but this one is quite the state of play, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I got there this time. Didn't get here last time.
Oh, that's true.
The result was pretty clear, and you could see it in the eastern states at the time. It was a very clear result. Let's look at the chamber as we start tonight. Now, this is the results of the last election adjusted for redistribution, which has given the Labor Party an extra seat and cost the Nationals a seat. So the starting position is Labor on 54, the Nationals 3 and the Liberals 2. Of course, the Nationals have been the opposition, held the opposition leader position for the last 4 years. The Labor Party, over half of its seats, 27 of its seats have margins above 25%. That was the scale of the result last time. The Liberals and Nationals, who aren't in coalition in Western Australia, so I have to get out of my habits of using the word coalition, that they need a swing of something like 23% for government, which is astronomical. Now, we could see at this election the biggest swing in Australian history. We could see a swing of 15% at this election, one of the biggest in history, but it still would deliver Labor a substantial majority. That's just the size, the scale of the victory last time.
So you're expecting to see a big swing to the Liberals tonight, and we could still see a very lopsided parliament at the end of it.
Yeah, with so many seats with such huge margins, you know, all those seats on 25, 30%, they could see 20% swings and Labor would still hold them as safe seats. That's the problem for the Liberal Party. If the swing ends up being concentrated on all these ultra-safe Labor seats, what the Liberals need to do is win seats in Perth, which they used to hold. There are seats like Nedlands and Bateman, South Perth, Churchlands, which sounds like a list of very expensive real estate, but they're the traditional Liberal seats in Western Australia. And the Liberal Party lost a seat like Nedlands, which was in the hands of Charles and Richard Court for decades. So that was the scale of the defeat last time.
Now, Antony, many viewers may well know that last week you announced the coming federal election is going to be your last in this role as our Chief Elections Analyst. This makes this your final state election coverage, so we'll try and make it a good one for you to go out with a bang. We'll come back to you once we get some of those first figures through.
Thank you.
Joining us throughout tonight are two of the state's most experienced politicians from the government, the Deputy Premier and Treasurer, Rita Saffioti.
Good evening, everyone.
And Liberal frontbencher, Shadow Minister for Energy, Steve Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to have you both here. It's a little easy to get lost on the time, but we've got a long night ahead of us. Really appreciate you spending some time with us. And look, the campaign's done, the polls are closed, there's no more voting, so we can put the talking points away. Yeah, we'll agree that we won't necessarily relitigate the campaign arguments tonight.
Deal?
No, absolutely. It's time to actually have a discussion about what it's going to look like.
Excellent. And fresh off the campaign trail is our state political reporter, Cian Burke. Cian, this time 4 years ago, Mark McGowan delivered the most decisive victory in Australian political history. Can his replacement, Roger Cook, replicate anything like that scale of victory tonight?
He can't, and I don't think anyone is really expecting him to. This will be a return to normal for both sides of politics. The question is really how much. You know, the question for Labor is what they've done with that majority. They've had unprecedented power in the parliament. They've had budget surpluses other governments would dream of. How many seats has that allowed them to convert into kind of longer-term safe Labor seats? Because each one that they lose to the Liberals and Nationals makes the fight in 2029 a lot harder. They'll have 4 years, the opposition, to mount some of those arguments to try and wear the government down. So each side will obviously try and spin this as a bit of a win, but there are questions there for both of them.
Yeah, look, Rita Saffioti, we know there's been a lot of focus on what is a pass mark, what's a good result for the Liberals, given there's no expectation, not much expectation they'll win. But what about for Labor? We heard Roger Cook say that 50% plus one, he'd be happy with that. But as Antony points out, that'd still be an enormous swing against you. What would really be a good result for Labor?
Well, look, a couple of things. Seeking a third term is always a big ask, and seeking a third term and what is a very volatile voting public, with a very volatile voting public. So, of course, what the Premier said, over 50% is something that we, of course, would take. But we're just wanting to retain as many seats as possible, to be honest. We want to make sure that as many Western Australians have voted Labor again in this election. Now, 2021 was extraordinary, and even comparing anything to 2021, it was just an extraordinary set of circumstances, an extraordinary result. So we're just very keen to see how many seats we can retain. We believe, of course, we've run a very good government, a very strong government over 8 years, delivered major infrastructure, a very strong economy. So we're very keen to make sure we can retain as many as possible.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm just trying to set some sort of benchmark early on. You got 54 seats. If you fell below 40, that wouldn't be good, would it?
Oh, look, I'm not going to set a target. Oh, look, 2000, and the point that's often made is 2017, when we won government, that was a record for WA Labor. That was, I think, 41 seats. So, look, we're very keen to see how it rolls out tonight. It has been a very tough fight in parts of WA, I'd say that, and we're very keen to see, in particular, the early votes, to see where the swings are and if those swings are different across the state, which I sense they may be.
OK.
Steve, you'll set a target, won't you? What's a pass mark for the Liberals tonight?
Well, generally people are saying that if we could reach that 2017 mark of 12 seats, that's a pass mark. To be honest, I'm not convinced that that's going to be enough. And I like to be an optimist. I mean, it's the old-fashioned, you know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. We will certainly increase our vote. We'll bring some good new people into the parliament. We'll increase our firepower. We'll be much better at holding the government to account, because it's been very hard over the last 4 years having such a small parliamentary team, in both houses, in fact. A government that's effectively got control of both houses has no checks and balances in place.
2017 is a pretty low bar, though, isn't it? That was your worst result at the time.
It absolutely was. So I'm going to be an optimist. I'm going to say if we're only getting the 2017 result, then I'll be disappointed with that. I'd like to think that we could get higher than that. So I think 2017 was 12 Liberal seats. We picked up another one in a by-election a few months later, and 5 National Party seats. So, you know, that's 17 seats. And I would hope that we would... It'd be nice to get to 20 seats and 2/3 of the way to government at least. But let's see how this goes. I agree with Rita. I think it's going to be very lumpy. I think there's a difference between the country vote and the city vote. I detect, and I'm a country member, I detect a much greater level of frustration in regional Western Australia with the governments, both state and federal, and some of that's going to come across. And, you know, for good reason, Anthony Albanese's been as far away from this campaign for the State Labor Party as possible, I suspect. So there will be a difference. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be lumpy. There are areas where I think we'll do well, and other areas where I think we're going to struggle a bit.
So it sounds like some expectation the swing against Labor will be bigger in the regions. We'll see if that's borne out in those early figures that come through. Also with us tonight in the studio, former Labor strategist Cos Samaras, and his former foe, now colleague from the Liberal side, Tony Barry, both at Redbridge Research. Good to have you with us tonight. You've been looking, both of you, at doing your research, the polling, looking at the issues that matter to voters in this state election. And Cos, no great surprise, like it is everywhere, cost of living is number one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see the volatility being fuelled by the cost of living crisis, as we like to define it, in seats like Darling Range, Kalamunda and so on, where all the growth has occurred suburban growth has occurred in Perth. Young families, young millennial families.
Outer suburbs.
Outer suburbs. Now, will that transfer to a swing to the Liberal Party? We'll have to see, because based on some of the research we've been looking at, there is going to be a lot of spraying going on. So I don't think it's all going to go to the Liberal Party. It might go to minor parties. And that's going to be a pretty big challenge for the Conservative politics in this state going forward, because if you're not capturing the hearts and minds of a very fast-growing community out there that is shaping this state, you're going to be in trouble in the next few elections as well.
That's going to be really interesting to see if young voters are leaving Labor but not necessarily translating across to Liberal, or at least all of them. Tony, this is an unusual election in the sense this is a great expectation that Labor will be returned with a smaller margin, but they're going to win. How does that affect the vote generally, do you think, in an election if there's that overwhelming expectation as to what the result is going to be?
Yeah, we are seeing, as we mentioned, these fragmented voting patterns occurring in different pockets around, particularly Perth, but also the regions. In our research, the win expectations was around 75% for Labor. So when we asked people, regardless of who you're voting for, who do you expect to win, around 75% said they expected Labor to win. I think the other 25% aren't paying much attention, but regardless of which, that can be a bit dangerous for an incumbent government, because when people expect the government to be returned, it elicits this sense of I can vote without consequence for the opposition, or more likely what we usually see in the research is the minor parties. So we'll be keeping a close eye tonight on the minor party vote to see if that grows. And there's a lot of litmus test parties out there, single issue parties, Shooters and Fishers, Australian Christians, One Nation and so forth. They might harvest a lot of that vote.
We will see. Thank you. We'll come back to you.
The big board has become a fixture of ABC elections, and it's fantastic to have Tabarak Al-Jarood driving it for us this evening. Tabarak, talk us through how the big board works and how you'll be using it to make sense of the numbers tonight.
Yes, well, Rhiannon, this is the big board, rightfully so, for a big election. And if you're an avid ABC viewer and you've seen our previous election coverage, you're probably pretty familiar with the big board. But what you traditionally see is on one half Labor and on the Liberal National Party on the other half, with the crossbench in the middle. But here in WA, we do things a little bit differently, especially following Labor's landslide victory in 2021. And that's why you can see the board is looking very, very red. It's dominated by Labor, which is coming into this election following all the redistributions, with 54 of the 59 seats that make up the lower house. Now, that's left the Nationals and Liberals with just 5 seats at the end here. 2 for the Liberal Party in dark blue, Vass and Cottesloe, and 3 for the Nationals coloured in dark green. Now, as we take a step back onto Labor's side of the board, I can explain how we've arranged it. We've started with Labor's most marginal seat, Churchlands, which sits at a margin of 1.6%. Now, that was a traditional Liberal seat and was a surprise win for Labor at the previous election. So if the Liberals do manage to win that seat back, what we're going to see is Churchlands flip from red to blue. And then as we snake our way down the board like this, the margins do get increasingly larger until we get to the state's safest seat, which is Kwinana. And that seat is held by Premier Roger Cook at a margin of 38.2%. And I don't want to do Antony's job for him, but it is unlikely that Roger Cook will lose that seat. So it will stay red on this end of the board. Now, taking in how lopsided the board looks right now, you can see how huge of a mountain the Liberals and the Nationals Party have to climb tonight to recover from the results of the previous election. So, Rhiannon and David, the big picture tonight is how far down the board can the Liberals and Nationals come, and how many seats can they win back?
Thanks, Tabarak. Well, this state election campaign trail has been filled with big promises and big personalities.
Yeah, prominent figures have featured, including a former Labor Premier, colloquially nicknamed State Daddy on social media, and a polarising media figure vying for a Liberal seat. Here's Case and Ho.
WA Labor will provide that experience and tested leadership.
We've got a government that's lost control.
Roger Cook has comprehensively failed to listen to the people of Western Australia.
It's an election with the odds stacked on one side. The last election was almost a clean sweep for Labor. Tonight, we see if this sea of red will change. After a period of lying low, a familiar face has reappeared on the campaign trail. Mark McGowan, whose popularity as Premier during the COVID pandemic earned him the colloquial moniker of State Daddy. His shock retirement,
but the truth is I'm tired. Extremely tired.
Left room for his deputy, Roger Cook, to step into the spotlight.
Our vision, WA Labor's vision, is one that takes this state forward.
This election will be his chance to step out of his predecessor's shadow.
We can continue restoring WA's manufacturing capability and build more things here.
Labor's big pitch to voters is a commitment to diversifying the state's economy.
These three simple words: made in WA.
So who's the opposition? Well, it's not who you'd expect. The WA Liberal Party won just 2 of 59 lower house seats at the last state election and was stripped of opposition status. Instead, the WA Nationals, who traditionally represent the regions, hold opposition. And the state's opposition leader is Shane Love.
This election, you have the power to remove an arrogant government, one that refuses to listen to the community. For the first time in our party's history, the Nationals are fielding candidates in the metropolitan area.
Oh, pleasure.
For the Liberal Party,
Hello.
this election is about clawing back into relevance.
The Cook Labor government have failed miserably. Fixing the health system will be a major priority of my government.
Libby Mettam, a former journalist, took control of the Liberals mid-term by winning a bid for leadership against former leader David Honey, and she's been rebuilding the party since. Part of the Liberal strategy is star power, in the form of a television personality turned Lord Mayor of Perth and now Liberal candidate.
I would love to welcome to the stage Basil Zemplis, our local Liberal in Churchlands.
At times, his prominence has overshadowed Libby Mettam, who's had to fight off efforts by some of her colleagues to install Basil Zemplis as leader. But now, like every other candidate, he'll need to win WA's vote and earn his seat in Parliament.
Case and ho there. Well, tonight we have reporters out across the state and monitoring each of the party headquarters. Courtney Withers is at the Labor function tonight.
And at the Liberal headquarters is our reporter Nick Perpich.
Courtney, first to you. 4 years ago, Roger Cook introduced Mark McGowan ahead of his victory speech. Tonight he'll deliver his own. Will this be the moment Roger Cook steps out of Mark McGowan's shadow?
Rhiannon, he'll certainly hope that it is. Roger Cook has really spearheaded this campaign, appearing for daily press conference after daily press conference. They've really tried to increase his profile. Roger Cook even noted this morning that today is day 70 in a row of consecutive press conferences. He has, though, leaned into some of those tropes that made Mark McGowan more likeable. He always mentioned his own electorate of Rockingham. Now, Roger Cook has seemingly swapped in his own southern suburbs electorate of Kwinana and used his self-described title as being a dad from Kwinana. He also voted in Kwinana with his wife this morning before enjoying a democracy sausage. Interestingly, though, as well, Mark McGowan was seen out today handing out how-to-vote cards. But Labor will be looking to keep as many seats red as it can tonight. It has acknowledged, though, that the 2021 result was unprecedented. Labor sources have been telling us that the party is anticipating a loss of between 12 to 18 seats, but that is really keeping the bar quite low. It will be looking to lose a lot less seats than that. But Labor will likely just call this any victory that they do have tonight when Roger Cook makes his speech on that stage behind me. Any win will be a landslide victory according to the party, no matter how many seats they do lose. But without the McGowan factor, likely many of those blue ribbon seats they won for the first time last state election will return back to the Liberals.
Courtney, thank you. And Nick, to you. Where has Libby Mettam spent the day and how's she preparing for tonight?
Well, Libby Medham started the day in her own electorate in the southwest, her electorate of Vass, and she voted with her husband in the town of Dunsborough. And as she has done many times during this campaign and over the last term, she made the 250-kilometre drive north to the metropolitan area, where she went to a swathe of critical seats that the Liberals absolutely must win. So seats like Careen, seats like Churchlands, seats like Scarborough, and she will end up here in the seat of Cottesloe, one of only two seats that the Liberals held after the last state election. She went to a booth on the border between the seats of Churchlands and Scarborough, where she handed out how to vote cards with the candidates, Basil Zemplis and Damien Kelly. And afterwards, she said that she felt buoyed by what she's been seeing and hearing along the way, and she's really looking forward to some of those candidates joining her in Parliament, because it's been very lonely, just her and the member for Cottesloe faced with a wall of Labor MPs in the chamber of the lower house. And in terms of expectations, one senior Liberal told me that they would be looking forward to just having a decent opposition. So that gives you an idea of the bar here that we're dealing with. And we know, we've been told that several different versions of the speech for Libby Medham have been prepared for tonight. One, if they do badly, if they only end up with single digits after the election. One, if they do well, which would be anything from 15 seats up, and another version in case they do win the election, but that one may not see the light of day.
Probably not as much work gone into that one, one assumes. Nick, thank you very much for that. Sounds like Libby Medham has certainly clocked up a lot of Ks today and through this campaign. I'm keen to hear from both Steve and Rita whether the campaign has mattered a great deal. Have things moved considerably or not? Do you think what's happened in the campaign itself?
I do think the campaign has mattered. There's been a lot of disengagement, actually, I would say, and it was really hard to engage particular parts of the electorates. So having the campaign and the specific messaging from both sides did matter.
So you think you gained ground, Labor gained ground during the campaign? I
think we did, in particular in the past few weeks, and what we saw, I think, was our message, which was about jobs and the economy, starting to really cut through, and they're highlighting the risk on the other side cutting through as well. So, but I do think the campaign did matter, and I do because I'd say there was a lot of disengagement, and we only saw that engagement happen through those weeks. Yeah. And the other thing about a set election date, which is a good thing, it does mean it's a longer campaign because everyone knows when it's going to be. So we started campaigning the first week of January. So it is a long campaign. But I do think the campaign did matter.
We're just looking at some pictures from Northbridge polling place. We've heard reports that people had been lining up for very long periods of time, even shortages of ballots. Rita Saffioti, had you heard any issues from booth places? We've heard it from our campaign headquarters. There has been issues at some polling booths with running out of ballot papers, some significant lines as well, and queues, which, of course, some people don't like going out to vote, so when they've got to wait a while, they get quite irritated.
What's happened there? What's going on?
Well, first of all, there was a lot of pre-poll, and then there was a number of new polling booths. I just think there seems to be something that's gone wrong in estimating where people are going to be likely to vote.
They shouldn't run out of ballot papers.
No, they shouldn't, and that shouldn't happen. They should have enough ballot papers. So
does that make you a little angry?
Well, I think it makes those waiting in line very angry, and we don't like angry voters. So I don't know what's happened once this all is finished, and should we be re-elected, we'll have a look at exactly what's happened today.
We've asked for some answers from the Electoral Commission on this as well, because we've heard about very long waits, people getting really frustrated, but the government will be asking some questions too.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. People need to have ballot papers, and the other thing is there should be enough workers to actually support those who are going in to vote. OK, we're going to cross now to Churchlands, where the Liberal candidate Basil Zemplis is standing by. Basil, hi to you. Good evening. How are you feeling?
Evening. Yes, welcome to Churchlands. Well, we're at the end of that pretty gruelling period, obviously, and it's been a great day around at the ballot booths, 13 of them in the Churchlands area. I've said consistently all the way along, I don't think there's an easy win for the Libs tonight statewide. That doesn't mean we can't win a bunch of seats, but they're all going to be hard and tight and hard fought, and Churchlands is one of those. I can win, but I'm no guarantee. So, like everybody else, I'm looking forward to seeing how tonight pans out.
Basil, it's Kean Burke here. It's the question we've been asking everyone at this point of the night. What is a pass mark for you and for the Liberal Party?
Yeah, look, there's no numerical figure that I will give you that will match the expectations of your question. It's not what I'm going to do, and it's not what the Liberals have done. We don't discount victory tonight. We know it's a huge mountain to climb. Everybody understands the reality of our position after the 2021 election. But we can win a big bunch of seats. And what I'm really confident about is, whatever the number, there's going to be a huge injection of talent into the Parliament of Western Australia. And if we're not successful tonight, I'm very confident that whatever number it is that joins the Liberal Party's ranks in Parliament, it will be a very effective group that can hold this government to account, that can promote new ideas, can outline a vision for the state of Western Australia. And that will be, if we're not ultimately successful, that will be the job of the Liberal Party parliamentarians who join their colleagues in the state parliament.
If you are part of that group of parliamentarians, do you think you'd be the best person to lead the party to victory in 4 years' time?
I think Libby Madam's done an outstanding job. She has campaigned magnificently against the odds, outgunned both numerically and financially, and I think she has been magnificent. There is no contemplation or conversation about anything other than what will the result be tonight. And you will understand this. I know this is not the answer that you want. I've sat on your side of the fence and I understand what you want from the people that you're asking those questions. But the only focus for me today and tonight, and for all of the other candidates, is winning their own seat. And so today, for me, it's all about Churchlands. Have I done enough? Has the team done enough? How do we go? And that's what we find out as the night goes on tonight.
Basil, David Spears here. You just said you're not going to... the Liberal Party's not going to set any sort of target here in terms of the seat numbers. Your good colleague Steve Thomas just did, however, minutes before you joined us. He suggested that you need to go beyond your 2017 result. He said, I think 20 seats between Liberals and Nationals would be a nice result to see. Is he right or wrong?
Well, that would be a good number. There's no doubt about that. Ultimately, it wouldn't be the best number. 30 is the best number. That gets us into government. And so that has to be the target. If you enter any contest, you're trying to win it. 30's the magic. That's the real magic number. And anything short of that, well, we will have fallen short of our ultimate objective. For me, again, it's about the talent injection. It's not about the numbers. And I'm very confident that whoever gets into the new parliament will add a lot to that parliament.
Basil, what if it's in the single digits? Do you need to start looking at the leadership at that point?
Again, and I understand the questions. I get it, and I know the interest. I really do. I get it. But tonight, it is about how have we gone? What have we achieved as a group? And it might be a spectacular result. We might fall short of the ultimate number of 30. Tonight, it's validating the effort. I think it's been an excellent campaign. I think Libby Madam has run and executed a brilliant campaign. She has controlled her controllables. And I think, quite frankly, she's won the campaign. She's been virtually won out, and I think she's been magnificent. And so victory can come in lots of different ways tonight. 30 is the ultimate victory, but there are lots of measures that we'll be able to judge this effort by tonight.
Basil, you have tried to keep this campaign focused on Churchlands from your point of view. Labor has tried to make you one of the key figures of the Liberal Party, even though you're not in Parliament yet. Has that worked to your favour, do you think?
Well, $1 million worth of key figure, I reckon they've made me. They have spent an incredible amount of money targeting me. Now, I get it. That's the game. I'm a big boy. It's the space that I'm in. But I don't know in the history of Australian politics if any first-time candidate has been the absolute focus of a government's attack the way I have been. Now, we'll see tonight, ultimately, has that been successful? Was it the right focus, or were they distracted? I guess if I win, I won, and if I don't win, well, Labor, congratulations, I will tip my hat to you and say you got it right. But it has been an extraordinarily huge focus by WA Labor on me. I think that has distracted them. I think they've been distracted from their own message, and I think that has allowed us to really penetrate during this election campaign.
Basil Zemplis, you've got a big night ahead, so we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much for your time.
All the best, guys. Good luck tonight.
Ngaja Kalgoorlie electorate ba. Kalgoorlie electorate region to Ganyan is second largest electorate Western Australia la. Mava voter shanina Kalgoorlie Boulder la. Ngala Mandangaya Ganyan 12 First Nations. Ngaja electorate Yanunyi east to South Australia border and north including Laverton and Lenormand.
You're watching WA Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Perth. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Rhiannon Shine. It's 6:30 p.m. in the West, and we're getting some first figures from Antony Green.
This is the moment when my blood pressure drops. we get figures. Look, they're not very meaningful, but we've got them. There's Sid of Scarborough, Stuart Aubrey, is an electrician and a former FIFO worker who won this at the last election, defeating the former Liberal leader there. And Damien Kelly is the new Liberal candidate. These are the nursing home votes. So there's 54 for the Liberals, 52 for Labor. For the not very meaningful at this stage, but as I said, the most meaningful thing out of these figures is that they've arrived.
Damien Kelly, popular in the nursing home at least. Scarborough is one of those seats for the Liberals, isn't it, that you're really looking to gain back in your heartland areas?
Oh, absolutely. Damien Kelly, great candidate up in Scarborough, and Scarborough is one of those seats that will be quite devastated if it doesn't turn blue tonight. And that's not to say we're not in a contest, because the local Labor member has been working pretty hard up there, but we think we've got a great candidate. This is an absolutely critical seat and an indication for the Liberal Party going forward. And that area of the North Metropolitan region, around Careen and Scarborough in particular, and perhaps Kingsley, and then coming south as well into Cottesloe and Churchlands and Nedlands, that's Heartland Liberal Party, and we want those back. We absolutely need to have those back.
People often talk about the state of the Liberal Party being a result of the pandemic, but really the decay in the Liberal Party started before that, didn't it? Can you just put that in context for people? Because 2017 was not a good result. No, 2017
was very, very tough. The result came out, I think, 55.5% to 44.5% to the Labor Party, and that was a big swing from what was one of the Liberals' best elections in 2013. In 2013, we were flying high. It was the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd era, and at a state level, we were doing pretty well on top of that, so thank you very much. It was a big jump down to 2017, where you know, we won a limited number of seats. Like I say, we had 12. We picked up another one in a by-election, and to suggest that that's, you know, the new standard for the Liberal Party is immensely problematic for every candidate out there who's working really hard to win a seat and pick a seat up. So that's why I'm saying I'm going to be optimistic here. I'm going to hope that we're well and ahead of that 2017 result, because it's hard to say that's a huge pass mark, given that at the time that was the worst result the Liberal Party had.
That's fair enough, but is it realistic to think you can go from 2 seats to what Basil Zemplis is talking about, winning government?
Well, that is an absolute mountain to climb, David. Yeah, so winning government is massive. You need to swing in the 20s, and that would be completely unprecedented. So it's a big ask.
You don't see a way the Liberals win tonight?
I think it's not impossible, but highly unlikely. So let's not write it off yet. Yeah. I'm happy with a significant swing to the Liberal Party that gets us in a real position to be a great opposition leading into the 29 election and ending the chances, unfortunately, of the Labor Party's 4th term, where Rita might be in charge and looking to be the Premier. So when we get to that stage, I think we need to be in with a really good shot at 29, and the closer we get to tonight, the better. Every seat is precious.
Is this just about the number of seats that you win, though? Because one of the issues we've seen the Liberals' own reviews identified it was kind of the work ethic of some members. Does there need to be a change in attitude there to I guess, take advantage of the number of seats you might get?
So I see this as an ongoing process. I mean, yes, there were significant changes made after the 21 election. I mean, we had reviews in 2017 because it was such a bad outcome. We had reviews in 2021 again because it was such a bad outcome. This is an ongoing process. I mean, it's very hard to win a premiership coming from, you'd have to say, in 21 a wooden spoon position. But we will continue to improve. We will get great new members in. And hopefully Damien Kelly in Scarborough is one of those. But we will actually get better. We will be competitive. There will be a Liberal government going forward. How quickly we can get there is sort of the debate we'll have tonight.
OK, well, to have a look at the scale of that mountain they have to climb, Tabarak, talk us through the big board.
Well, here's a reminder of how the lower house looks at the moment. But, you know, that's old news. We're starting fresh tonight, so let's clear the board. This is our starting line. It's too early to start colouring in the seats, but once we get those votes in, we'll colour them in and what parties win them. But you can see how lopsided this board looks at the moment. And that's because of all the surprise wins that Labor won in the previous election. So the goal tonight is to see how many the Liberals and Nationals Party can win back. But to show you how hard of a job that is, I'm going to imagine the Liberals and Nationals Party do manage to form a government. They would need an additional 25 seats to do that. And I'm going to talk about how big of a swing they would need to get them there. Let's say they get a 10% swing. Let's light up those seats that sit under 10%. Now, a 10% swing, that's a huge swing. In any general election, that is already a huge achievement. But here, it would only get the Liberals and Nationals, Churchlands, Warren Blackwood, Nedlands, Careen, Bateman, Geraldton, Scarborough. That's it. The list ends there. It would only get them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. And presuming they retain their seats, that's only 12. 12 of the 30 that they need. That's a long way to go. So let's say they get a 20% swing. Now, that's an enormous swing. And frankly, you know, one of the largest swings in any Australian election. That means they would get all these seats in the second column and make their way all the way to Hillary's, which sits at a margin of 18.7%. Now, that's a Liberal heartland up until 4 years ago. So now the Liberals would need an almost 20% swing to win it back. But again, it's still not enough. To get to the 25 seats that they need to form a majority, they would need to get all the way to Collie Preston, which sits on a margin of 23.3%, an enormous swing. So Rhiannon and David, you can see, even with a big swing, many people still expect Roger Cook to be Premier tomorrow.
It is, thanks to Tabarak, it is a big mountain to climb. Given the extraordinary, the unprecedented situation Labor's been in with this huge buffer to play with, could Labor have taken more risks, been bolder, not spent as much time to come back to Basil Zemplis's point, you know, stirring up the leadership question on the Liberal side? Could you have spent this time and this buffer you've got taking more bold promises to the election?
Oh, well, we had a very comprehensive, bold plan we did take to the election, in particular our local manufacturing and jobs policy. Look,
What's the bold bit about it?
Well, the bold is making more things in WA, things like transmission towers, household batteries in WA, bringing back manufacturing, which I think is a bold thing. For example, we brought back rail car manufacturing to WA. That was a bold initiative we took in 2017. A lot of people said we couldn't do it, but we've done it. So I think we did outline a very, very comprehensive vision.
I guess I'm talking about things that require some political risk. Is, you know, bringing back manufacturing and offering support for industry risky?
Well, I think the West Australian public wanted to know what was our economic vision for the state, and that's what we delivered in relation to our campaign plan. In relation to Basil Zemplis, I think what we did focus on was his policy and his policies and his record as Lord Mayor. Now, Basil Zemplis is a polarising figure. Now, that's something that I think people now understand, and I think there was a view from the Liberal Party that everyone loved him, but he is a very polarising figure, and a lot of people have a very strong view about Basil Zemplis.
Just on that, I've been told that there was polling circulating in Labor circles that just proved that Basil wasn't as popular as perhaps the Liberal Party thought he was. Is that that. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. I think there was some reference to it in a newspaper article during the week. Look, what was very clear from our perspective is that Basil wanted to be leader, Basil wanted the limelight, and Basil took a lot of the limelight and took a lot of the coverage away from Libby. And that was Basil doing it more than us.
You acknowledge, though, you encouraged that?
Well, he didn't need much encouragement to talk about himself. I would say that. Okay. That's been his favourite topic, and I think it will continue to be his favourite topic.
We're going to check some further figures, some more figures that have just come in. Anthony, what have you got?
I've got Central Wheat Belt, which is this large electorate due east of Perth. It covers the Central Wheat Belt. If we look at we'll just look at the candidates. Mia Davis, of course, is retiring, the former National Party leader. She's running in Bullwinkle, the federal election, so there's some interest to see how she performs there. Lachlan Hunter is the new national candidate. Lance French from the Liberal Party was a bit of argy-bargy over his pre-selection before they finally picked him on a few local issues. But Lachlan Hunter's well ahead. We've got 2 polling places in, 58% of the vote. Rebecca Atkinson on 17 in second. The Liberals are in third. Just look at the change in vote. This is accurately reflected polling place to polling place. So the Liberal vote is up. The National Party is roughly stable from last time. The Labor vote down. When Labor ran second in this seat at the last election, it was highly unusual for Labor to finish second in that part of the state. It's normally a Liberal versus National contest in the Wheat Belt and other the deep rural areas of the state.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, that swing. I mean, I know this is pretty early days, Anthony, but if the swing is against Labor on the primary vote is nearly 10%, and that's in one of the regional areas, we're expecting bigger swings against Labor. That'll be interesting if it stays at around that margin.
They got about 60% of the primary last time. That's how strong the result was last time. Look, this is two very small polling places from Central Wheat Belt, but I remember one of the polling places was Western. I think it was Western Chambers, one of the Westonia Shire Chambers, came in first last time with a 12% swing to Labor, and it stuck there all night.
That's what I'm going to miss about your election night coverage, Anthony, those little memories from years gone by in a small polling place. Thank you. Look, we were talking about what's gone wrong, apparently, at some polling booths today with very long waits, and asking some questions of the Electoral Commission about this, and we heard the Minister, Rita Saffioti, expressing some concern about that as well. Let's go to our reporter, Kaysen Ho. He is at the Electoral Commission counting centre at Churchlands. Kaysen, what can you tell us about what's gone on today?
Look, David, we have heard a few reports from polling booths around the state that have actually run out of ballot papers throughout the day, and that has contributed to some of those long wait queues at some of those polling booths, especially the busier ones. We've heard reports of wait queues of an hour to an hour and a half long, some of them waiting out in the sun, but we can see behind us here that despite some of those stumbling blocks, there are a lot of ballot papers that have made it all the way, and we can see it really is a team effort working through each of these ballot papers one by one. These workers for the Electoral Commission, there's about a dozen of them here in this tiny room working through thousands of votes. The Electoral Commission has told us that across the state they've recruited almost 10,000 workers from the electoral to work on this election. So you really get a sense of the scale of work that goes into elections like these. And it's no doubt that, we did see quite a big turnout of early voters this year. Almost 30% of the 1.8 million eligible voters across WA did actually vote early. But despite that, we did see some of those polling booths, again, David, run into trouble earlier today. Some of them running out of ballot papers, running into really long queue times. But of course, that is just some of the logistical hurdles that come with managing an election of this scale.
Kaysen, thanks very much for the update on that, and always wonderful to see democracy in action behind you there as those ballot papers are counted. Look, I just wanted to bring in Tony and Cos on this. You've watched a lot of elections, you've been involved in a lot of elections. The Electoral Commission, states, federally, do a terrific job generally. So what we've seen today, I'm sure there'll be investigations into why there was a shortage of ballot papers, apparently. But this, those sort of long queues, a shortage of papers is pretty unusual, Cos, in Australia.
Yeah. Unusual and also detrimental to the people that actually struggle to vote, and that is people who, have got a day job even on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Particularly young voters. So we do know that individuals who find it difficult to find a polling place because of lack of information or because of long queues like today, it's usually young voters that turn away and just don't participate in our democracy. So it's an incredibly huge problem.
And we know apathy is already quite
That's
a problem. What effect will this have?
That's right. Well, yeah, if you're queuing up to vote and you are wanting to you're wanting to do other things with your day, and you're sitting there for an hour, you're going to walk away. And we've seen this in other states where there has been problems. It's younger people that turn off actually voting.
Yeah, Steve?
So information coming through to me, David, that the Leschenault count tonight, the pre-poll won't be counted, and that's being, we're advised from the WAC, that's from a lack of staff. So I wonder whether perhaps pre-poll wasn't as big as people thought, and the staff is very busy on polling today. But apparently a lack of staff at the Leschenault Centre, and in perhaps a premonition of things to come, the power's gone out at Kojonup, so that vote's waiting for the power to get put back on.
a few issues.
Yeah, just a few issues.
By the sounds of it. But look, we should point out there are some seats out there where the pre-poll won't be counted tonight because there wasn't a pre-poll centre in that electorate. That's right?
Yes, we've been advised that where there's a pre-poll in a certain electorate, those votes will be counted for that seat. But where there's a pre-poll outside an electorate, then those will be counted, as I understand, on Monday as an absentee vote.
OK.
OK, we're going to go to Fremantle now, where the Labor member Simone McGurk is standing by. Hi, Simone. Is this the most pressure you've been under this campaign since entering Parliament?
It's been a very busy campaign. It's been a long day. I've had some fantastic volunteers, but if people remember, I took this seat off a Green turned independent in 2013. So I was used to a contest back when I first came into Parliament.
What has the contest been like this time, Simone McGurk? It's Cam Burke here. We know that you're up against the most well-resourced independent in the state. That must have been a challenge for you.
Yeah, that's right. I had a well-resourced independent. I had a very concentrated anti-fracking campaign, but also I had a redistribution. So the redistribution took away Spearwood and parts of Hamilton Hill, very Labor parts of the electorate, and I picked up East Fremantle, which is a Liberal, probably Tory type area. So that added extra pressure for me in Fremantle.
And so what have been the issues that people have been talking to you about that might be deciding the vote down there?
Well, in a Freo, some of the issues have been kind of investment in Freo, how to keep it vibrant and alive. We've had some really good investment and rejuvenation, but of course there's always more to do. And like many retail areas and hospitality areas, there are challenges. But further out, where we've been talking to people on the doors and phoning, and we did a lot of door knocking. I did a lot of door knocking over the last year. You still come up with the same issues, and that is that people want to know that you're connected to their local school or some cost of living issues, local roads and the like, health systems. So we're still able to talk to people about what we're doing on those fronts as well.
The Independent and the Greens have been campaigning very heavily on those environmental issues, which is a bit of a sore spot given your government's position on things like gas, the powers of the EPA. Is that something that you've seen reflected in your conversations where you think they might be able to win over a couple of votes?
Well, that's why having the conversations with people on doors or when we've phoned has been really useful, because I care about those issues a lot. I'm the Water Minister at the moment, so I was able to talk about what I've done as Water Minister, but also what we've done as a government. We're the only state to get out of coal-fired power by 2030. Huge effort into transforming our energy system, ending logging in native forests, a nation-leading plan for reducing single-use plastics. That's what the World Wildlife Fund says, and a huge effort into our conservation estate, national and state parks, marine parks. So once I'm able to talk about those things and really show my passion and my commitment to those things, it has made a really big difference as well.
If you do see a substantial swing against you tonight, is that a sign from the electorate that all of that isn't enough?
Look, there's constantly a challenge, and you can sort of see the pull in inner city areas, perhaps in my area, the seat of Perth, Maylands and the like, where people are concerned about climate change and the environment. And then those more bread and butter issues further afield, as I talked about even within my own electorate, cost of living, local schools, roads, hospitals, housing has continued to come up. But I think most of all people always want a connected local member, and I've worked really hard ever since I was elected, but continued that work as a minister. And it was really good to get good feedback about that. You know, people would say, oh, I know you've supported our local PNC at the school, or, you know, I've seen you around. Sometimes I feel like my dog is as well known as me in my local electorate. People recognise him. So it's really good. I live in the middle of Fremantle and people see me about.
Well, Simone McGurk, it looks like you might be paying a little closer attention to the numbers tonight than you have for the last couple of years, so we'll leave you to it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much.
This is the electorate of Cottesloe, situated between the Swan River and the Indian Ocean in Perth's western suburbs. It includes suburbs like North Fremantle, Mosman Park and most of Claremont. The seat was first contested in 1950 and has been won by the Liberal Party at every election since. You're watching WA Votes. I'm Rhiannon Shine.
And I'm David Spears. It is about 11 minutes to 7, so the polls have been closed for 49 minutes across the state. Antony Green, this time of night 4 years ago, you'd actually called the election by now. Right now, we've got just over 2,000 votes in. What is this telling us?
Oh, look, it's not telling us much at all because it's only about 8 or 9 seats, so the figures are very early. But we got some figures from Kalgoorlie. Now, this is the electorate of Kalgoorlie here. Covers 750,000 square kilometres. It's about the same size as New South Wales, but it only has 21,000 voters. So it's a sparsely populated electorate. Most of the people live in Kalgoorlie itself. This is a complex contest. Now, the seat has changed sitting member at 5 of the last 6 elections, has changed party at the last 4. So it's a bit of an ejector seat, and in that seat this time is Ali Kent from Labor, who won it at the last election. Rowena Walson is a Liberal candidate. She was a National candidate last time. There's a new candidate, Tony Heron, for the Nationals. And when we go to the candidate totals, we've got Karen O'Donnell as well, who was the defeated Liberal last time, who's running as an independent. Now, at the moment, Labor Party's on 36. And there's a split of the votes between those 3 competing Conservative candidates at this stage. If they coalesce, then it's bad news for Ali Kent. If those preferences go all over the place, it'll be a complex count. But I will say this about the election. There's a long way to come. This is the Goldfields Arts Centre and the Norseman Town Hall at this stage. There's a lot more counting to come. A lot of pre-poll votes, a few postals. But most of the vote will be in Kalgoorlie, so a lot of counting to come in that seat.
This was one of those really interesting four-cornered contests. There's a couple of them around the state, but one of those seats that the Liberals and Nationals would both like. How's that opposition alliance going?
Well, yes, it is an alliance, not a coalition, but the reality is that, for the most part, I think through the campaign it's been pretty good. There's been communication going on. They're friendly contests. I can tell you that Liberals and Nationals are out there at events together, looking after each other. So I actually think it's pretty reasonable. I think Kalgoorlie is a really interesting seat because, in theory, given the things that have been happening out there, it should change. I mean, particularly the power issues. Kalgoorlie, basically, every time there's a major storm, runs out of power. The main line that comes across from Perth gets knocked down, and Kalgoorlie people are absolutely sick of it. So we're expecting a significant backlash on the power issue. Now, Rowena Walson's a great candidate out there. She's been running on this particular issue, and that's one that sort of might come out of the blue a bit because there are specific local issues that I think have a big impact.
It's good to hear that the opposition alliance is travelling well. You did have to sign that agreement, though, saying you wouldn't say anything unkind about each other during the campaign. I guess, what does that say about the situation with the alliance? How functional is it?
Well, I read about that in the newspaper. I mean, nobody presented me with a document to sign to say I would be unkind to any of the National Party people. I'm not sure how far that particular issue went, but the reality is that we have a working relationship with the National Party. We're going to have to work together. I think the National Party is going to do quite well in regional centres, some of them in particular, where I think they're going to be reasonably strong, and we will work with them basically after the election, whatever happens.
Well, I want to go to Mark Bennett, our reporter, who's been keeping a very close eye on how the Nationals are going and how they're going to go tonight. He's in Albany at the Nationals headquarters. Mark, are the Nationals optimistic about retaining, well, the seats they've got, but I guess also retaining the official opposition position, or is that going to go tonight to the Liberals?
Look, I think, Dave, what I've been hearing as I've been travelling around is certainly a very deep concern about the issues that the Nationals obviously have been talking about, like the Keep the Sheep campaign, and certainly the gun control as well. That law is extremely unpopular. So I think the Nationals have tapped into that concern about the getting rid of the live sheep trade, and certainly communications, poor roads, all the things that regional people are concerned about when, from what I'm hearing, they're seeing the money being spent in the city and that's not coming through to the bush where a lot of the wealth is generated.
Thank you, Mark Bennett. We're going to go over to Antony next, who has some first figures from our very own Rita Safiotti's seat.
Ah, yes, it's sort of just some early figures. This is from one of the new polling places, so I haven't got a proper comparison. Rita's 38, I think it's a Swanview Anglican School. It's a new polling place. These are very early figures, and it's just one small polling place. A lot more votes to come in. Big drop in the first preference vote, but we don't have a booth-by-booth comparison to put anything meaningful on that. But there is a significant vote there for the Green as well, so a lot more to come in that electorate. It's only 0.9% counted, but I just thought I'd bring them up.
Yeah, I'm hoping those other booths get better than that. So anyway,
what's that booth?
It's actually, it was out of my electorate, but yeah, it's a bit of a surprising swing, that one. But hopefully that's not replicated across my electorate.
Hang on, it's out of your electorate, or?
Oh, no, the booth was out of my electorate. Yeah.
Okay.
But it was a sort of a dual booth.
All right. Are you expecting to cop a swing generally in your seat tonight?
Oh, look, again, 2021. Extraordinary, unprecedented. So yes, of course, we're all going to face a swing, because 2021 was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
If we could go back to some of the issues Mark Bennett was raising there, have you been hearing that from regional voters? Obviously, federal Labor is responsible for the live sheep export issue, but there are other issues too that have angered regional voters.
Look, yeah, in relation to the sheep issue, yes, that has played out in regional WA. There's no doubt about that. And some other issues have been raised at the polling booths, and the guns has been probably something that has. And one of the issues about that, it's being implemented at the time, and when you're implementing change, it's always difficult. So I'd say the timing of that implementation being around the same time as an election has created some anxiety out there.
What were the other issues?
They were probably the key
Cultural
ones.
heritage.
Cultural heritage, that sort of, we dealt with that last year, but there was an issue that was raised more recently. Look,
what was that? Was that the federal nature positive laws?
No, that was the state legislation that was introduced, and then we walked it back.
But I appreciate that, but was the federal nature positive laws also coming through as a concern?
Oh, look, I don't think that probably did. I mean, it might have affected, I hate to use the word vibe, but, you know, the feeling, but I don't think that in particular was cutting through. So, look, you know, it's always hard, and in particular in regional WA, we do have a number of different parties who are very active, and I think Steve was talking about the National Party, the Liberal Party. In Kalgoorlie, you have an independent who used to be a member of Parliament. So you've always got a number of different parties, and how those preferences flow will determine exactly how the seat will finish.
And your changes to the upper house voting system, did that cause you some backlash in the regions?
Well, it's not something that was, I think, stated when people were walking through polling booths. And it's not something we got fed back, as in people didn't raise it at the doors. It may have affected some votes, but it's not something that was given to us as a reason not to vote for us.
On some of those federal issues, you always say that live sheep is a federal Labor policy, but when it comes to nature positive, that just took a phone call to the Prime Minister, essentially, didn't it? So why couldn't have more intervention happened on live sheep?
Well, I think both the Premier and the Minister did try and intervene on that one, but that was something that we couldn't change. But like I said, these are things that will always happen. There will always be different policies that impact people differently, and people have different views. And as I said, in regional WA, where you have a number of different parties, it is very, very tough. And for local members in particular, when you've got not one opponent, but, you know, sometimes three very vocal opponents, it is a tough fight out there.
Steve Thomas, do you agree on the one vote, one value issue? Is that something that regional voters are worried about?
Oh, absolutely. There are a number of issues that you've raised there, and that's why I think that it's going to be a bigger swing in regional Western Australia. So, absolutely. So, the one vote, one value in the upper house. I mean, I was in the lower house when it came into the lower house. The Labor Party got rid of my seat, and, you know, 12 years later, I'm back in the upper house and they're trying to get rid of me a second time. So, I'm beginning to think it's a bit personal, that particular episode. But that's actually made people quite angry in regional Western Australia. Sheep export, even though it's federal, also has a local backlash. The firearms legislation is terrible legislation that impacts on regional lifestyles, and that's having a huge impact as well.
So what's the Libs' position on that?
Well, my personal position is I've opposed it all the way through. The Liberal Party has a mixed position.
Okay, so you're at odds with your party on that?
Liberal, but when you look at the vote, the Liberal Party basically had, of its 10 members, I think it had 5 members that voted in favour repeatedly. It had 3 members that abstained repeatedly, and it had 2 members that opposed it all the way through.
So you'll be trying to change the party's
very mixed.
Will you try to change the party's position?
Well, I've been trying to for the whole time.
Right.
So I'm the Liberal that's opposed this from day one. So I think it's had an impact. But all of these things have had a major impact on regional Western Australia. Now, Rita said a bit earlier that she thinks that the community has been disengaged, and I think it has been disengaged in the last couple of months. I don't think it's really liked the campaigns very much, probably much either, really. But a lot of them made their mind up last year on some of these major issues. So, you know, when Mark McGowan said it's not on his agenda to change the voting in the upper house, and said it 9 times to the ABC in Albany, and then immediately went and did it when he could. The firearms legislation, Aboriginal cultural heritage is still live. There's a guy called Tony Maddox who's just been through the court process in the Wheatbelt for upgrading his existing access on his property, and that's going to start repeating itself. So country people, and that impacts country more than city, because the Labor Party cleverly made sure quarter-acre blocks and weren't included, but bigger blocks were. That's all having a big impact in regional Western Australia, and for that reason I expect to see a bigger swing, and even Labor Party people are telling me that they're getting that swing as well.
We will see. It's an hour now since the polls closed, just gone 7 p.m. Across Western Australia. Antony Green's got some more numbers coming through. What can you tell us?
Well, we've got 0.5% of the vote count. It's not a huge at 0.6. Labor Party's on 49. These are corrected for where the data's from. The Liberals on 21. Nationals 9.8. Greens 8.8. If you look at the change in vote here, I think what's the national vote is up. This is still early figures. A lot of country voters in. The Labor Party votes down 11%. We're getting a two-party preferred on the numbers we're seeing at the moment of about 5.6%. So the Liberal Party have actually just gone down from the number I was looking at. At the moment, we haven't got many figures. We've only got 0.1 from the city. Most of the vote is from the country, and you're seeing the National Party vote up. So there's no broad trends, but we're also not seeing an enormous swing yet. And given the size of the swing, you'd be expecting to see something by now, which we're not. Now, I'm not calling it, but I'm saying that the numbers are not huge at the moment in terms of a swing, but it's only an early count at this stage. But there's nothing dramatic going on at the moment, I'm seeing.
Interesting. So, I mean, that is still only 0.5% of the vote counted, but just looking at that mainly from the regions there, Tony Barry, that's clearly not enough of a swing for them to get too excited about, for the Nationals and the Liberals in the regions to get excited about. But what do you make about the issues we were just discussing and how that's left Labor perhaps more vulnerable in the regions to the city?
Very early numbers at the moment, but judging by the National Party vote increase at the moment, it's like all these sheep actually have a vote each. I think what we're seeing in our research, though, was there's about a 45-55% split in the regions. So 45 2PP to Labor, 55 to the coalition, the Liberal Party or National Party. And that's a very different vote share to the inner suburban areas as well. So I think we're going to see these very fragmented voting patterns throughout the evening. The other interesting thing we saw in our research when you go further away from the CBD was we do the question about right-wrong direction, which is a diagnostic test to see a mood for change. Doesn't always mean there's a mood for change, but it's a very good diagnostic test. In the inner suburbs, it's a net positive, which is unusual in Australia at the moment, unusual in most democracies around the world. So federally, it's net -30, which is one of the reasons why Albanese is in trouble. But in Western Australia, across the state, it was net +10, but it was higher in the inner suburbs. and going to net negative territory in the regions and the outer suburbs.
It's quite a difference, Cos, isn't it, between a state and a federal party and how they're tracking in amongst the same voters?
Yeah, absolutely. But you've also got to factor in that 80% of this state's population is in Perth. So if you get the politics right in Perth, you win a lot of elections. And I know that's not necessarily great politics in general, but you know, if you look at the growth that's occurring in Western Australia, particularly in seats like Butler, Wanneroo, massive growth is occurring in Perth. It's you literally Google Maps can't keep up. And if Labor gets the politics of those growing communities right, they're going to be hard to budge.
Rita Satiofi, I'll come back to you for a comment on that, but we do have with us now Andrew Hastie from Liberal headquarters. He is the federal member for Canning and, of course, the Shadow Defence Minister. Andrew Hastie, thank you for joining us tonight. And look, I will get your thoughts on what the vote count here is showing, but I do need to ask you about this really concerning news that I know you will be across and many viewers will have heard of in recent hours, that as part of the efforts to help the communities affected by this ex-tropical cyclone over on the east coast. This is near Lismore in the northern part of New South Wales. 36 Australian Defence Force personnel have been injured in a vehicle collision there, or an incident there. What more do you know about this, and what is your reaction to what's unfolding there?
Well, it's very concerning, and our thoughts and prayers go out to those who have been injured and their families. The ADF serve our communities so well, they go into harm's way for us, and this is another reminder of how difficult their job can be. I've reached out to the Deputy Prime Minister on behalf of the Coalition. I've wished him all the very best as he leads through this process. I've been in touch with Peter Dutton, and I don't have any further information except to say that we're in lockstep with the Albanese government in looking after these families and supporting those who've been injured.
And look, you're of course a former soldier yourself. For a community like that, what impact will this be having on those families?
Look, there'll be very anxious families who are being updated right now from Defence about their loved ones, the state of their injuries. They'd be separated from them. It'd be very difficult. So that's why it's so important that we look after our families in Defence. They're critical, and our thoughts and prayers are with them tonight. And we just hope everyone comes out okay.
Look, I appreciate the bipartisanship on that, but we'll gear shift now to the political contest that is underway here in your home state of Western Australia. From what you've seen of the numbers so far, I know it's only early days, an hour into the count, but are you hopeful that Liberals will make enough gains tonight, at least to become a credible opposition?
That's right. Libby Nedham's done an excellent job as our leader. It's been the toughest political job in Australia over the last 2 or 3 years. She's brought the party back from near extinction in 2021. There's, of course, a number of seats concentrated around Churchlands, Nedlands, Careen, Scarborough, South Perth that we expect to return back to Liberal hands. But we're really watching north and south of the river in federal seats, particularly like Tangney, Bullwinkle, Pearce, and seeing how a lot of the families who are under acute mortgage stress, who are frustrated with the lack of service delivery from this government, particularly when it comes to hospitals and roads and other things that are important in our lives. We're really watching how they respond, and I think they're frustrated with state Labor, they're frustrated with federal Labor, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to pick up some seats in the outer metropolitan areas like Dawesville, Darling Range, and potentially up north, Forestfield and Kalamunda and elsewhere.
Well, with that federal contest just around the corner then, how confident are you about your chances here? Labor picked up 4 of those federal seats in and around Perth at the last federal election 3 years ago. How many of those will you win back?
Well, tonight will be very revealing. I think we've got to focus on the mortgage belt. I think we've got to focus on families in outer metropolitan and regional areas who are doing it really tough, who are sick and tired of the ramping hours at our local hospitals, who are sick and tired of driving 2 hours to get to the city every day for work, who are frustrated with the lack of public transport, who are frustrated with a distracted WA Labor focusing on their pet projects like the Voice and the Aboriginal Heritage and Cultural Act, for example. There's a lot of frustration, and so I think we'll see that reflected tonight in some of these outer metropolitan seats.
Yeah, but given that, if there is that frustration, surely the Liberals federally would be on track to win back those seats. Do you think you will, or are you going to fall short?
Of course, we have some fantastic candidates in Tangney, in Bullwinkle, in Pearce, who are working very hard, down in Forest as well, working very hard for the people they want to represent. And so I'm confident we can bring these seats back. And of course, there's Curtin as well. Tom White is working very hard to defeat Kate Chaney in that critical seat of Curtin. So we're pulling in the right direction. Tonight will be revealing, but of course we've always got to focus on the needs of everyday Australians, and that's what I think WA Labor has been neglecting for some time. They've taken us for granted.
Just one more before I let you go. The state Liberals, of course, have been through leadership churn over the period they've been in opposition. Do you think they need to settle down and stick with Libby Mettam now, or make a shift to Basil Zemplis?
Well, I think Libby Mettam's done a lot of good work over the last year or so to get us to where we are today. I think a strong result means that Libby deserves the opportunity to lead with clear air into clear water. So I back Libby Mettam. I think the fact that she represents the seat of Vass, which is regional WA, puts her in a very unique position to really understand the concerns of outer metropolitan and regional Western Australia, and that's why I think she should remain leader, and I look forward to supporting her as she goes forward.
Andrew Hastie, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks a lot, David.
Steve Thomas, pretty strong endorsement there from your federal colleague Andrew Hastie. Made it very clear at the end there, stick with Libby Mettam. Do you agree?
Well, I think that we'll get to the election and stick with Libby Mettam. I can't tell you what it's going to be like in 4 years' time, though. So right now, let's have a look and see what the result is. I don't think there's an immediate mood to change, but who knows what's going to happen over. I'm not going to make a prediction over the next 4 years.
No immediate mood for change.
I don't imagine that there's an immediate mood for change. I can't see it.
Okay.
It's no glowing endorsement, Steve.
Oh, you might see it that way, but after every election, there's a process you go through. You basically have a look, you see how you performed. We don't even know, but we're speculating on what the future leadership might look like without actually knowing what the results are yet. So let's have a look at the results first.
So it depends on the results.
Let's have a look at the results first and see where we end up.
All right. Look, Tony, Barry, let me just throw one to you there, talking to Andrew Hastie about the federal prospects, which we can look at tonight once we get a better understanding of what's happened with the state results. But are you as optimistic as Andrew Hastie was sounding there about winning back all these federal seats?
Yeah, obviously we need to see a lot more numbers yet, particularly in the seats of Jandakot and Dawesville, which is in Canning, Andrew Hastie's seat. But they'll give us an insight as to how those sort of communities are behaving. Also Darling Range and Kalamunda, which is Hasluck, which no one has really sort of put on the radar federally in recent times, but those seats will be interesting as well. And the state seats that are in Pearce, which is Kingsley, Butler, Joondalup and Minderee. So no one expects those seats in Pearce to be won because they're really down pendulum. But if the swings are in the vicinity of 20%, then that would make Pearce right into play, I think.
Rita Saffioti, can we just come back to the actual results that we're seeing tonight? Because a little while ago, Antony was showing us where the swing is at, early days, where the swing is at in the regional areas, which I think you and others were suggesting at the start of the night is where you'd cop the worst swings against Labor. What do you make of what you're seeing so far?
Well, I think we don't have a lot of numbers in yet, so it's really hard to tell because, again, it's small booths sometimes, it's different parts, not the main town centre, so it's really hard. I don't think we've got good visibility yet of exactly how it's all translating out there. But one thing I'll just mention is the suburbs, and I do think WA Labor has delivered for the suburbs, and I think when we're talking about the peri-urban or the outer suburbs of our metropolitan area, and public transport in particular. The North East Corridor will be very strong for us. The Yanship Corridor will be very strong. And I'm very confident about Darling Range. I'm very, very confident.
The other point that was made was if you get the politics right in Perth, you're pretty set. Is that a healthy way to approach the government, though?
Well, absolutely not. And we've invested records amount in regional WA, and we continually have invested a record amount, and as Minister for Transport we've had record road spending and major road projects in regional WA. But, you know, there are different issues at play in different parts of WA, and as I said, where you have a number of strong individuals competing, making it a very noisy space, and sometimes that's very difficult for existing members to be able to get that clean air. So, but in relation to the suburbs, and we've seen incredible growth in the suburbs, like I said, I think that's where we'll do very well tonight.
If on some of those policies you do have to choose between metro voters and regional voters, things like the changes to the gun laws, are you naturally going to side with metropolitan voters though?
No, I think the response on the gun laws was a policy that was taken in relation to community safety across the state. But of course there were some people who were quite angry about it. So we never try and choose one part of the state versus the other. We really have tried to make sure we can deliver for the entire Western Australia. We've had great local members who have, particularly in regional WA, who've been fighting and delivering for their areas, but sometimes some policies aren't accepted by some parts of WA or some groups in the community.
And so you just have to accept that?
Well, we try and make sure that you implement it as well as possible.
We've got some pictures there on screen. That's the Northbridge Counting Centre. It is a bit of a slow count at the moment, but it's underway, as you can see there, the vote count happening. Let's go to Antony Green for an update on what the count is telling us.
Well, something's going on at Northbridge because that's where they're counting the postal votes. And the first figures that have arrived for Albany are the postal votes, and they show the Labor take a big hit on the primary votes. But to be honest, I think postal votes aren't always necessarily the best guide for some of these electorates. But what I want to talk about is the statewide vote at the moment. The Labor Party's on 47, Liberals 24, the Nationals 7.3. It's been slipping down as we get some more urban votes in. The Greens on 10.5. Look at the change in vote here, it's interesting. The Labor vote's down 12.5, but some of that's going to the Greens, some to the Liberals, some to the Nationals, some to One Nation. So at the moment, and just let me look at that primary vote again, if the Labor Party's on 47.4%, they're almost certain to win the election. Now, we've only got 2% counted, so I'm not making that a formal call. But at the moment, the Labor Party is holding on to government at this stage. We would want to see some more votes. But there's nothing dramatic in these figures indicating the Labor Party is about to lose the election. But I think in terms of a formal call, we'll have to wait for some more figures.
Yep.
One, I'll just do the two-party preferred swing, which is 7.2. I'm a bit doubtful on that. There's a few seats where the Labor Party's taken a fearful hit on first preferences. Pilbara's one. They're in the probably projecting towards the low 30s, and both the Liberals and Nationals are on about 20, but I'm a little doubtful of the figures because it's such a peculiar election. The other thing to say about Pilbara, half of it was in northwest central at the last election, so you've got to look where the figures are coming from, and some of that's a little difficult, so that's what we're seeing at the moment.
When you're going to make the call, we'll make that clear as well, but it's interesting to see where it's going, because can I just come back to you, because what we saw there in the changing vote backed up what you suggested at the start of the night. We might see the Labor vote, I think we can bring it back up perhaps, but it was down about 12%, but it kind of spraying around.
Yeah, you could see that even in the inner urban electorates where the hit's pretty big, but it's not breaking completely to the Liberal Party or the National Party, but particularly the Liberal Party. This is a trend we're seeing not just in this state but across the country, and it does actually transcend into the federal arena as well. So when we are looking at this election and trying to make some connections to what may happen in a couple of months' time, what we are seeing is, particularly in the outer suburbs, when Labor loses votes, it tends to not always go to the Liberal Party. It's breaking everywhere else. And it's largely driven by young millennial families. Right, who don't actually have any party political loyalty to anyone.
So families in their 20s, 30s,
30s, and early 40s, in the suburbs.
And they're not wedded to Labor, Liberal. They're up for grabs.
Up for grabs, but they are a very difficult cohort to convince to switch over to the Conservative side of politics.
Rita Safiotti, you're vigorously nodding. That's what you've observed?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So it's those families in the suburbs that. Like I said, they don't engage till quite late, and they're looking at what party can deliver for them, and so that's been a big cohort that we've been trying to talk to, and of course, again, they often aren't watching the news or reading the newspaper too. So it's also about how you deliver the message, which is also a challenge for modern political parties.
How do you do it?
Well, you try every form possible, but direct voter contact still is the best way. So we have really doubled down on door knocking. I think we door knocked over 200,000 doors since January, the Labor Party across the state. It's direct voter contact, someone at the door or at the sporting club or at the fete having that conversation, and then they get to know get to know you.
It's so interesting that you're saying that, right? Because there's all these social media, it's podcasting, all these things, but you're talking old school, door knock, meet them at the fete, have that face-to-face conversation is still key.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because again, with social media, with the different type of algorithms, sometimes you can't even target people that you want to. And sometimes people just filter these things out. So that direct voter contact, it's something that we really concentrated on, and we've had our members out door knocking. And I've always found, through my time in Parliament and as a local member, nothing beats those direct conversations. Nothing beats it.
Well, let's take a look at some regional seats now. First to Kalgoorlie in the Goldfields, and as mentioned earlier, it is quite a four-cornered contest there. The sitting member is Labor's Ali Kent.
The votes here, it's quite a divided result. It's 8.7% counted. Ali Kent's just over a third of the vote. Then you've got Marina Olsen from the Liberal Party and the Nationals, a little bit under 20 each, and the Independents on 10. Now, we're picking up a swing of about 12% in that seat, which would leave it absolutely line ball at this stage. But there's a lot more first preferences to come in terms of establishing who's going to finish first, second and third in that seat. But I've got the suspicion Kalgoorlie is a seat where later in the evening we may be able to say Labor might have lost the seat, but we won't be able to name who's won it. So there'll be one or two seats like that at this election.
And what about Albany? Let's go down there to the south of the state. This is held by Labor's Rebecca Stevens, but the Liberals are pretty hopeful of picking this one up.
Well, this was held by Peter Watson, the flying postman for 2 decades. He held it against everything that was thrown at him by the Liberals and the Nationals. Retired at the last election, of course, which was a great time to hand it on to someone else. Rebecca Stevens is that someone else. She's on 32%. Tom Brough, who's attracted quite a few headlines over the campaigns, on 24%. Scott Leary is on 19%. This is an electorate which Scott Leary was the Liberal candidate last time. Lynn McLaren, the Green, is a former MLC. This is just the postal vote, so I'd just be cautious about that. We've got all the actual polling day to come, and there are the areas from Plantagenet Shire that's been added. But at the moment, they're bad figures for the Labor Party at this stage, with the one caveat that it is the postal vote that are in at this stage.
Thanks, Anthony. Let's bring in Tabarak. You've been speaking to people in these regional seats, Albany, Kalgoorlie. What are they telling you are the key issues for them this election?
Well, I mean, we've heard from our panellists some of the issues that they've heard in these regional communities, and I've heard those similar themes from talking to people there. You know, regional communities are doing it tough. They see the investments and funding that are being put into metro areas and they feel left out. They feel neglected and overlooked these past 8 years. What was surprising to hear was that in Geraldton, they do feel like that there's a bit more attention on that electorate now because the boundary has expanded. So obviously a bigger electorate means more voters now. But talking to people in both Geraldton and Kalgoorlie, one of their biggest issues was housing, unaffordable housing, and the lack of affordable housing has led to a rise in homelessness in the communities. And in Kalgoorlie, for example, there's plenty of jobs available, but the lack of housing and the competition with mining wages has meant that those jobs can't get filled. Crime was also a very big issue that was highlighted in these communities. A lot of youth crime, a lot of people talking about how antisocial behaviour is affecting these communities, even, you know, just in the city centre. And they feel that what's feeding into this rise in youth crime is the lack of mental health services. There's a lack of mental health beds for patients, and so they want to see more investment into that. It's a similar issue in Albany. Health is also a very big priority for them. One of their priorities is the state of their hospital there. But it's also an ageing population, and it's got a lot of retired farmers there. So the federal government's decision to phase out live sheep export will probably impact their vote tonight. So a lot of big issues for regional voters: housing, crime, and mental health especially.
Yeah, and we do hear, Rita Safiotti, from regional voters that they do feel left out. For example, big cost of living relief measures like free public transport. Well, if I don't live in Perth, then I can't catch the train. Or free trip to the zoo. What if I live in Albany? So can you sense why regional voters feel a bit left out?
Oh, look, on cost of living, I'd say we've capped regional airfares. The first time that's happened across the nation. We're halving the price of Trans-WA bus fares. So, look, I think we have done delivered across the state. But as I said, in some of these areas, you have a lot of people, a lot of people criticising, and you've got a lot of different parties and candidates there. And as I said, it makes it very hard to get a clear message out for our very hard-working local members.
What about the issue of mental health that Tabarak just talked about there? It is a big issue, we know, in regional areas all over the country, but clearly where Tabarak's been as well in regional WA, with, you know, all the money, the revenue that we hear about. Can you honestly say enough is being done?
Oh, there's always more that we can do, always more that we can do, and particularly mental health, where we're seeing incredible demand across the state. So there's always more to do, and in particular when you're talking about health and mental health, we had extraordinary demand. We've got, of course, how we deal with our ageing population, more older people, and the mental health issues that many people are facing. So there's always more we can do, and it's been challenging to deliver the services across everywhere across the state.
I want to go down to the Forestville Football Club, where Matt Keogh is joining us, the Federal Labor member for Burt here in WA, also the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs. Look, thank you for joining us tonight. We were just talking a little earlier to Andrew Hastie, the Shadow Minister for Defence, and I'm going to start on the same issue for you, if that's all right, and that's, of course, this disturbing news out of Lismore in northern New South Wales with the accident or the incident that we've heard about. We still don't have a lot of details beyond the fact that 36 defence personnel have been injured, some of them seriously. Can you give us, Minister, any update on the situation?
I can, David, and our thoughts are with all of those involved in that incident involving the collision of two Defence Force vehicles. There were 36 people involved in the incident, but only 13 have been injured, and of course we are making sure that they get all of the care that they need and the support that they need, as well as providing support to their families, and their families are in the process of being contacted and updated about the situation there at the moment. We do want to thank and acknowledge the support of the emergency services around Lismore that have supported the Defence Force with this incident. Those Defence Force members came down from Brisbane to support the people in Lismore who are dealing with the impact of the cyclone that's hit the east coast of Australia, and they've joined with all of those emergency service providers in that area as well, and we thank them for the support that they've now provided to the Defence Force in supporting the 13 injured and the 36 involved in that incident.
And do you know, are you able to tell us what happened?
Look, it's an evolving situation there on the ground, David, and as you would appreciate, our first priority is making sure that those that were injured are getting the support and attention that they need, and that we're supporting their families as well. I'm sure we will have a further update in the morning about what's going on there. There will be an investigation into what has occurred, so I can't really go into the details of the causes of the incident specifically.
No, that's fair enough, but appreciate the sentiments expressed there, and as we heard similar earlier from the opposition, it's a bipartisan show of support and sympathy for those families affected by this. Let's get to what's happening right now with the count here in WA. A swing as expected against Labor. It's still early days though in the count so far. What are you expecting to see tonight based on the campaigning and the time you've spent on the ground here?
Well, David, I've spent time today across 8 different booths and 6 different state electorates that cover the federal electorate of Burt, and it's been a strong positive vibe for Labor, which has been great to see. But I'm sure, as you've probably been canvassing, the 2021 state electoral result was, quite frankly, a blowout. I mean, we thought the 2017 election was a high watermark, and it was exceeded in 2021. So obviously a swing has to come against Labor at this state election, and we'll see that tonight, I'm sure. But there's still, really strong support for Labor on the ground. That's what I saw today, getting that support for MPs and candidates that I've been working closely with for some case for years. They've been out door knocking, they've been doing the hard yards. I don't take any election or any community, especially my own, for granted, and I know our Labor MPs and candidates haven't taken anything for granted out here either.
We've been talking a little bit about a potential backlash in the regions, notably over the federal government, your government's plan to phase out live sheep exports. Do you acknowledge that's potentially hurting Labor in the West, and why do you need to stick with this phase out?
Well, I've certainly seen a lot of people refer to that, and I think it's important to remember why it was that we led that phase-out decision. It was recognising that it was an industry that was already in decline, that it had serious issues in terms of animal welfare, but also we could see from what was happening to that industry over time that it was in serious decline, and we needed to make sure that we supported a transition for those farmers. And that's exactly what we've done, and we've created a significant support package to support those that have been impacted, and indeed in engaging with the state government here, who rightly expressed concerns on behalf of its constituents here in regional Western Australia. We further enhanced that Commonwealth support package, and that's a support package that works with industry, it works with the farming sector, and it's working closely with the state government as well. I think what's been interesting is that we've seen also in the interim, remember this, the ban doesn't cut in until 2028, there's been a glut in the sheep industry, and that's really been the thing that's really hurt farmers on the ground in Western Australia right now, and that's been something that they've been feeling right now, and that's had an impact feeding into the election. But I know also there's been some, important issues that the state government has been supporting the regions in. I know people talk about the sheep issue in Albany, but also we've seen a tremendous commitment from the state government in supporting the expansion of the Albany Hospital, which is actually a really important, serious issue for people in Albany, and the state government's responded to that.
And look, just one more question, one more issue for you there, Minister, and that's the nature positive laws. We know there was a pushback from the Cook government here in the West, and the whole thing was shelved, but it's still your plan, isn't it? Can you just clear up for us what happens if you're re-elected to government? Does this nature positive law go ahead?
Well, the one thing we've been really committed to, and this has been federal Labor and state Labor, is recognising that we need to improve the way our environmental regulation works in this country. Because what it hasn't been doing is the two key things that it needs to do. It hasn't properly protected the environment, but it also hasn't worked efficiently and effectively to allow for the approvals of projects so that they can get going. And that's what we've been attempting to do, and that's the outcome that we are seeking to achieve. And I know that the state government, the federal government, and critically industry as well, is really committed to getting to that outcome, and that's the outcome that we're committed to achieving, which is an environmental regulation system that protects the environment but also allows for streamlined processing of applications.
All right, Matt Keogh, thanks very much for joining us this evening.
Great to be with you.
We're going to take a look at some further numbers that have come in, and an interesting contest unfolding in Scarborough. Antony, what can you tell us?
Well, we've suddenly got a whole batch of figures at 20% there. The one Stuart Aubrey up against Damien Kelly. We got 5 of the 12 polling places. The Liberals, Labor's on 42, the Liberals 38.7, and the Greens are on 11.8, right? For the Liberals to win that seat, they need to be ahead on first preferences. And that's not looking encouraging for the Liberal Party there. It's a 4% swing. It's a swing. It's a sort of seat the Liberal Party needs to win if it's going to do well at this election. Scarborough is not one of those first seats, but it certainly is well up there. What I want to do, I want to go back and I want to talk about some of the state trends, because I'm just a little surprised that I'm not seeing much movement. Statewide, the Labor Party's on 46, the Liberals 25, Nationals on 5, Greens 11. If you look at the change in vote, the Labor Party's vote has taken a big whack, but the Green vote has got 4. A forgotten thing about the last election was the Green vote did really badly. The Greens lost a lot of vote to Labor in that swing to Labor. Some of that seems to be going back, and the Liberal and National vote is not going up. No. What I will do, I'll just move to the Perth figures, because that's probably sometimes the more relevant figure. In the metropolitan area, we've got, I think, 5% counted. The Labor Party's on 50. Liberals 25, Nationals 1.7. They're not contesting many seats. And the change in vote that's occurring is there's just not enough swing.
So what does that mean?
It means that there isn't a change of government coming on. There's an 8% swing in the metropolitan area. Now, we haven't got any pre-polls. Perhaps the pre-polls will be better for the Liberal Party, but they're not going to turn 8% into 20%.
No. So I don't want to push you here, Antony, but is this mean Labor's back?
There is no indication at all of a change of government in these numbers. So you'd say on these numbers, the Labor Party has been re-elected. Now, what we haven't got a real handle on is the size of it. But at the moment, the Liberal vote is disappointing, you'd have to say. Just look at that number again from the metropolitan area. That's a disappointing number. You would be expecting, to only have half the Labor vote in Perth would be disappointing. Now, Perhaps there will be a different trend on the pre-polls, but at this stage there is no indication of a trend which is going to defeat the Cook government, and the Labor Party looks on track for re-election.
We'll come back for a formal declaration of that from Antony Green, but it's pretty clear where this is heading. It's no surprise. And those Scarborough results in particular, Rita, what do you make of that? Because that's not much of a swing there in a seat that really the Liberals would need to pick up.
Yeah, no, Scarborough is definitely a key target for the Liberals. I mean, those numbers are good. I think we're still waiting for some more polling booths to come through. But what it does, and I agree with Anthony, the Labor vote is holding, the primary vote's holding. There's some swing, but that swing isn't all going to the Liberal Party. And what we looked at in particular throughout the campaign, we saw the independents and other vote relatively high right till basically today. So I think there's a swing, back away from the 2021 figures, but people weren't confident enough to go to the Liberal Party. That's what it is appearing.
Have you won?
I'm not going to call it.
OK, we'll leave that to Anthony. So we better get your thoughts, though, on what at the moment, on the count we've got at the moment, which is statewide, I think 6% counted statewide. I think it was higher in Scarborough. It's not enough of a swing, is it?
Not at this point. I mean, we're obviously hopeful as Liberals that we do better at pre-poll in particular and postal votes, and we're hoping that pushes that up. But 25% primary vote in the metropolitan area is just too low at this point. I mean, we were polling across the state, I think, 4 or 5 months ago, 32% primary vote. And to be honest, you want to be in the high 30s to really be a shot at government. So obviously these are tough results, and we've got to hope that there's an improvement as those pre-polls, etc., come in, because we've had good feedback on Liberal booths about pre-poll and the level of Liberal support there. I'm just hoping that there is a reasonable and significant change at this point. Otherwise, I'll be in for a fairly tough night.
OK, we're going to go to Geraldton, I believe it is now, where the Nationals leader Shane Love is standing by. Shane, good evening. Are you expecting to give up your official opposition status tonight?
I'm not expecting to see anything finalised tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of close calls. I'm very, very encouraged by our positions in Geraldton, in Kalgoorlie, and of course congratulate Lachie Hunter being, I think, the first person to be called tonight in Central Wheatbelt. So a tremendous result for him and the beginning of a great parliamentary career, I'm sure. So the mood is upbeat here. We are looking at a trend, I think, for the Nationals, which is up, and we're looking forward to the rest of the results winding out throughout the evening.
Shane Love, it's Kean Burke here. For the last 4 years, you have had significantly more resources than the Liberals because you have been the official opposition leader. Do you think that's translated into a stronger campaign for you at the cost of the Liberals?
Well, I've been the opposition leader for 2 years. Within 2 weeks, I've been opposition leader. I actually approached the Liberals and made it quite public in the newspaper that we were prepared to do a deal to provide a coalition arrangement, which would have made Libby Metten the leader of that coalition and leader of the opposition. And that deal was not accepted by the Liberal Party. We subsequently went to the Liberals with yet another deal, which didn't involve upper house seats, and again, could not get anything from the Liberal Party in that result. So I think that we have done what we could to enable a coalition and a stronger position between the two parties moving forward, which would have obviously seen a different sharing of the resources. But I would also hasten to say, without revealing the exact nature of the arrangements, that it was a much more generous deal towards the Liberal Party than anything the National Party had received in the past. And given the numbers at that stage, 2 and 4 in the lower house where these matters are decided, that was a very generous offer indeed.
I think we'll ask Steve Thomas for his view on all of that in just a couple of minutes. But during this campaign, you've spent a lot of time up in your own seat. It was merged with a neighbouring seat. You've been competing with one of your alliance colleagues in Merrimee Beard to retain it. Has that put a bit of a damper on the Nationals campaign across the state, that you've had to spend more time there and less selling the party's message everywhere else?
Look, there's no doubt that that has been something which has meant that I've had to provide more time in the seat than I otherwise would have. And noting too that we didn't field a candidate against the leader of the Liberal Party, I think it shows that there is a different point of view there. I didn't choose to for this situation. This is a situation that came about as a result of a National Party member defecting to the Liberal Party and choosing to run against her old party. Of course, we're not going to roll over. We'll stand for the seat. That seat was the seat of Moore and the seat of North West Central. Both were run by the National Party in successive elections, and I expect that once again the National Party will hold that territory in the new seat of Mid West.
This has been a very different campaign for the National Party. You've spoken about kind of the existential threat that you've faced because of those upper house reforms. That's complicated it on top of trying to hold your own seat. Now that the campaign's wrapped up, is there anything you would have done differently? Is there any lessons that you're starting to learn?
I think lessons have to be learnt from every election, and of course we'll do a complete review of the election campaign. But I think both parties need to sit down and discuss meaningfully a better way forward in the future, because we both want to see the end of a Labor government in Western Australia, and so do the people that we represent. I spent all day in polling booths, and the story I got was that Labor is on the nose in much of Western Australia, certainly in the areas where we've been working. And in fact, the Labor Party didn't even bother having people handing out how-to-vote cards in many of the booths in the electorate of Mid West. Completely different situation than 2021.
And so the message to your Liberal Party colleagues is that they're the ones who need to come to the table, not you?
The message is that the Nationals were willing to do a deal to make a different type of arrangement. Post this election, we're willing to sit down and discuss with the Liberal Party following when all this the fallout of this election, when we know the numbers, when we know the position, we're willing to come together and have that discussion again, because we understand that we both need to work together and focus on Labor and the removal of Labor from government in Western Australia. That should be the focus. It will be the focus. It will be my focus leading up to 2029.
Shane Love, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ren.
Nija Albany electorate Gwel Gura Ye Mineng Nunga Wang Nija Bujara Gwel Kinjaling. Long time ago, Noongar people say this country's name is Kinjaling, which means the place of rain.
You're watching WA Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Perth. I'm Rhiannon Shine.
And I'm David Spears. It is 7:41, 19 minutes to 8, and we now have about 8% of the vote counted statewide. I want to go to Antony Green. We mentioned this is his last state election night, and he's gone from his touchscreen over to the big board. You can do whatever you want tonight, Antony, but what are you doing there?
I wasn't intending to come over here, but something popped up which is important to point out. The first 3 seats on the Labor side of the screen that we've given away to Labor are South Perth, Scarborough and Bateman. They are natural Liberal seats, and at this stage they've all reached the 20% primary count, and Labor Party's on track to win all 3. Now perhaps, pre-polls might shift it back and the Liberals might win them. But if the Liberals can't win those 3 seats, they're not going to win government. So everything that we're seeing at the moment is pointing towards a Labor government re-elected. There's nothing to indicate anything other than the Labor Party being re-elected at this election. The current lead they've got in terms of the votes may narrow, but it's clear the government's been re-elected.
It's clear the government's been re-elected. Are you calling it now, Antony?
Why does everyone want to have the word?
Because we love messing
the
with
Labor
your
Party
head.
will be re-elected. That's what I'll say.
OK, there we go. But it's a really interesting point and demonstrated well because of the big board there that it's those seats that should have gone back to the Liberals because, as you say, traditional Liberal seats that are the first ones Labor is picking up, you know, barring any big pre-poll surprise to come later on tonight.
I will say that the Labor Party is behind on first preferences in all those seats, but there's a bigger Green vote, and that Green vote will flow through. Now, we have no preference counts as yet. Perhaps the preference flows won't be as strong. But at this stage, to have those 3 seats pop up there, based essentially on primary votes and estimates, shows that there's no sign of a change of government coming.
He's pretty good on that big board. I'm a little worried he's going to end up in this seat in a moment and take my job. Maybe he'll be hosting Insiders tomorrow morning as well. Look, Andy, thank you. Can we come back to what Shane Love was just saying to you there, Kian? Fill me in. Was that a revelation about what went on between the Nats and the Libs in terms of him offering Libby Mettam to be the opposition leader?
Well, look, there's been a lot of movement here over the last couple of years, so Steve might be the best one to clear this up for us. Is that what happened, Steve?
So there were ongoing negotiations all the way through, and for those political tragics out there, you would know that a couple of years ago, before the change of leadership, actually, and around that time, I said that the Liberal Party should hold the Leader of the Opposition's role because only the Liberal Party can provide the Premier. I mean, as much as the National Party are a great group of people, and Shane Love is a friend, and I have other friends in the National Party, they're not going to win enough seats to be in government. So it just made sense to me that the Liberal Party should have been the party that held the Leader of the Opposition's role. And Shane Love was right. The deal that was struck between the Liberal Party and the National Party in relation to the sharing of resources was generous on behalf of the National Party.
What about the leadership, though? Was that offered?
So there were discussions around the leadership.
Well, he just say that it was offered to Libby
Well, yeah,
Mettam?
so the National Party put in a bid, effectively, and it said in exchange for a certain number of seats in the upper house in certain positions, they would be prepared to hand that over.
OK.
And the Liberal Party took that debate internally to its entire lay party, and the decision was made that that was not the deal that they wanted. Now, I would have liked to have seen a continuing and ongoing negotiation from that position, and I wasn't in a position to be aware of that. So whatever the second negotiation was, I'm not sure what that was. I don't know what that was done. But there were negotiations in place, and I think quite rightly so, because, as I say, only the Liberal Party can provide the alternative Premier, and that would have been a reasonable outcome, but unfortunately we couldn't get that across the line.
Has that cost you by not having that opposition leader title?
To be honest, I don't think so, because I think that most people thought that the leader of the Liberal Party was in fact the leader of the opposition anyway. Most people in the street don't really understand the role of the leader of the opposition versus the leader of a party versus other bits.
But the resourcing did have impact, didn't it?
Well, it did, but then we had a reasonably generous seat. I mean, the National Party obviously had the bulk of the resources, but we did have resources handed over. I think, though, that what people in regional Western Australia in particular wanted was to see us working together a lot more closely. And that's a message that I got very much across the board, that they were looking for a coordinated approach between the Liberal Party and the National Party. And I have to say, I received all through the campaign, I was getting texts from Liberals in distress going, you know, we're not really working together as well as we should be. There should be a greater working arrangement. So I'm hoping that whatever the outcome of the election and whatever we do going forward, and I'm happy to work with Shane Love. We worked together very well in the past. I think we need a much stronger working relationship. One of the issues is, of course, federally, that you have a coalition with a strict set of rules, and everybody is supposed to, in theory, go out and talk with one voice. At a state level, an alliance was put in place under the previous Conservative government, and that wasn't a coalition, it was an alliance government.
Does there need to be a coalition after this election?
Well, I think we need to be much closer to it. Even if it's not a formal coalition, it has to be a much stronger alliance where the rules about how we operate and how we communicate with the electorate are much more formal. I mean, we don't need an agreement to say don't badmouth each other. We need an agreement as to how we're going to talk positively to the electorate about our plans for the future, and we'll work on those plans jointly.
We're going to need a thesaurus to find the word between alliance and coalition, something in between those two.
Yeah.
Someone can send through some ideas.
Steve, what about what Antony was talking about at the big board? I mean, some of that heartland Liberal territory, Bateman, South Perth, Scarborough, if you're not winning that back, how are you going to be competitive at 2029?
Well, we obviously need... Every seat's going to be precious. I mean, bear in mind that we came off an election with 2 seats. So if we can get to 10 seats, it's better than 2 seats. So we have to take a positive approach into this. Every seat is absolutely precious, and every seat brings hopefully a new and invigorated person to the table, and that's what we have to look at. I mean, it's looking a little tough for us at the moment, and if we don't get to the 2017 level, it's 3 bad elections in a row. But let's hope that we can improve. Like I say, the pre-polls will give us a better position, but I'm hoping to pick up still some of those seats.
All right. Look, I just want to point out, on screen you can see there, Labor headquarters tonight, all the red shirts and caps, and we've had Antony call it, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. Labor has been re-elected. So, Rita, congratulations to you as Deputy Premier on 3rd term in government for Labor. So we should give you that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Again, maybe too early, but it looks like we will be forming government again. A 3rd term, which is an incredible result.
Well, Roger Cook will, of course, be the one to declare victory on behalf of Labor, even if you just kind of stolen the thunder there a little bit. I'm joking. But, of course, it was 4 years ago that he was the one introducing Mark McGowan. Tonight he gets to claim victory himself. So this is the mandate, the election win in his own right that I suppose he and others have pointed to as important. Does it make a difference to his style of leadership as Premier having an election win under his name?
Oh, no, I think he's brought his own style of leadership ever since he took over from Mark McGowan. And look, we're very proud of the transition going from Mark to Premier Roger Cook. And he's worked very hard to travel the state and also engage with stakeholders and the community. So he's a very consultative leader and he's a very proud Western Australian, and he's worked really hard. Of course, should it all continue going as it is, he should be very, very proud of what he's done and the team that he's led.
Over to you, Cos and Tony. I mean, what are we seeing play out here in terms of the federal election? What are the implications?
I think it's pretty clear that millennials, and what I mean by millennials, not Gen Z, but millennials, much older, with kids, are having an impact on this election, and they're going to shape the next federal election as well. So at this election, they are extremely volatile in the outer suburbs where they're feeling the cost of living pressures the most. They're swinging all over the place. So Labor is losing votes, but it's not going to the coalition in its entirety. Flip side, in the inner parts of Perth, they are probably the reason why Labor is holding these historic Conservative seats. So South Perth and so on. So, and again, millennials are not a homogeneous group, right? So in the inner urban parts of our large cities, they are progressive and they're going to have a big impact at the federal election, particularly in inner urban federal seats. But in the outer suburbs, there's still, I think the coalition has a bit of work to do to convince these clearly angry voters to actually vote for them, because based on these numbers and these trends, which we're seeing across the country, the conversion's not happening.
Tony, I just wanted your thoughts on this, because it's playing out as Cos sort of forecast at the start of the night. Right now we've got 11% of the vote counted. Labor's vote's down 14%, so this is the correction that was always coming. But look at where it's going. The Greens are, in fact, at the moment, this might change as the numbers rise, but the Greens are picking up more than the Liberals out of that. The Greens are up 4.8%, the Liberals are up 4.1%, and a few other parties in the mix there as well. What does that say to the Liberals?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go through some of the seats, South Perth, Labor's had a 10% swing, which sounds impressive, but the Libs have only picked up 2.7 and it's fragmented to the minor parties. Darling Range, which is in Hasluck, the federal seat of Hasluck, a 15% swing against Labor, but a lot of that is coming back to the minor preference strategy. The Lib primary vote is actually down in Darling Range, which will be a bit of a shock. One Nation is up and the National Party is up in that seat. In Mindarie, in Pearce, there's a massive 22% swing against Labor, which we thought might be the case, but the Libs aren't really the beneficiaries of that. They're only picking up 4.3. So these are now becoming a pattern throughout urban Perth, and it shows yet again that Labor are very good at urban politics, particularly at the state level. They've obviously put in some preference strategies and they're harvesting those votes from the minor parties. As we forecast at the start of the show, that's 75% win expectations, and there was a 22% soft vote. Now that softer vote of Labor's, the softer edge of Labor's vote is flowing back to them eventually, but through minor parties.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting. Okay, we're going to take a look at some more seats now. First to the seat of Careen, where the Labor incumbent is Paul Lilburn. He's up against an up-and-comer Liberal candidate, Liam Staltari.
And Liam Staltari will be the next member for Careen, which is why we brought the seat up. Paul Lilburn was one of those surprise winners from last time, and he's been named as one of the ones who was probably most likely to lose. Hasn't built the profile of some other members. Liam Staltari, if we look at the first preference votes here, there's only a field of 4 in this seat, which has helped the Liberal Party. Liam Staltari has got 51% of the primary vote, with a quarter of the vote in. Paul Lilburn 32, and the Greens are on 13. Just look at the change in vote there, and you're seeing again the Labor vote down, but 5% of it has gone to the Greens, 7% to the Liberals. But we are saying that Liam Staltari will be the new member for Careen. So that's one there. The next thing I want to talk about is VAS. We've called this a leadership because, I mean, clearly Liam Staltari is one of the younger stars in the Liberal Party and potential future leader. Libby Metam, 49.5. We got 20% of the vote, 9 of the 13 first preference centres. Now, some of the ones still to come are the big pre-polls, but I'll just flag that here. Libby Metam's on 49, Labor 21, the Greens 16, big vote for them down there, One Nation 5. Look at the change in vote. Libby Metam's vote's up 3.8, but again, vote's gone to the Greens. And the swing to her is 4.4%, which is not a massive swing. Now, the next seat is the one we've been waiting for some figures for, which is Basil Zemplis' seat in Churchlands. He has an underwhelming 35% of the vote at this stage. We're projecting that he'll get to 40%, and the Labor vote will decline to about 30. Lisa Thornton's, the Independent, is on 16, 11% there with the Greens. So the loss of vote that the Labor Party's had has tended to fracture elsewhere. Now, perhaps with other figures coming in later, those figures will firm up. But so let's look at the change in vote there. The Liberal vote's actually down at this stage on those polling places, and the two-party preferred swing there is only 2.2%. Basil Zemplis is just ahead on our estimate of preferences. We have no preference counts for any seats at this stage. The WA Electoral Commission is always very cautious before they release any preference counts in any seats, and we have none at this stage. But that's not a particularly... It's a 0-4. They've got no preference counts, but it's 13% counted at this stage, and it's not an overwhelming figure for Basil Zemplis at this stage.
No, it's. You said the Liberal vote is down a little, actually, in Churchlands.
There's the presence of the Independent there.
Yeah.
His campaign with 16%.
Okay.
And as I think Cos was saying, perhaps any loss of Labor vote is spraying elsewhere on the ballot paper. It's not going directly across the Liberal Party.
But, I mean, Steve Thomas, you were so confident in Basil Zemplis. You know, there was actually talk of him becoming leader before he was even elected. So what do you make of those results so far?
Oh, look, I would love to see him a bit higher, but obviously the independent's having an impact on that. I think we've got to wait a bit longer before we get too excited about whether Basil Zemplis is going to get elected and by what margin. I mean, it's a very close margin, even with that tiny sort of, with the reduction. The change of the seat, etc., means that at this point he's still in front on a two-party preferred basis, I guess. So I think it's going to be really tight, it's going to be really close, but I think there's still votes that'll switch over, and particularly in pre-polls again that come through. So I'm still very hopeful that Basil Zemplis will be there after this election.
See when more of those votes come through, but the Liberals have at least picked up one seat on the big board. Tabarak, what can you show us?
Well, Antony's finally given me my big board back, so thank you, Antony. But as he mentioned earlier, the Liberals have gotten 2 seats, and we've got our first flip of the night. Careen is now blue, so Liam Staltari is the newest elected member for Careen. And then our next seat that's been lit up blue, VAS, so Liberal leader Libby Metam has been able to retain her seat. So that's 2 seats now for the Liberal Party, whereas you can see Labor's gotten a handful of seats already, including on the more marginal side of the pendulum, Bateman and Scarborough, where the Liberals were probably hoping to gain those as well. So it's not looking too good for the Liberals, Rhiannon and David.
No, thank you,
Not the start they were after, I suppose.
No, I mean, Steve, at what point do we start asking questions about where you went wrong in the campaign?
Give us a little bit of time yet, Rhiannon. I think there's conversations that we will have as it comes through a bit further. I mean, there's a lot of seats that still have a small percentage that have voted and been counted. That we will have some. I think we'll have some stronger conversations as it gets a bit more settled and fully decided.
Yeah, well, Ken, what do you think? I mean, Churchlands was kind of seen as a slam dunk, wasn't it, for
it was
Basil Zemplis?
The most marginal seat in the state. To see, a 2.2% swing there is really surprising, and I think it goes to what Cos and Tony have been saying. The Liberals just don't seem to be appealing to this kind of key demographic that is deciding this election. I mean, that is an issue that's kind of bubbled away for the Liberals for a while at state and federal levels, but I think it's really kind of coming home to roost now. How do you deal with that, Steve?
So I think there's a fair difference between state and federal, to be honest, in the Liberal Party. But at a state level, we have to try and reconnect, obviously. And funnily enough, after the 21 election, when everything fell apart, I went onto ABC Radio and said precisely those things. We have to be able to stop looking inwardly and start to reconnect with the community. And it's not easy to do. It is hard. The demographics have changed. The system of politics has changed. In the old days, the Labor Party and the Liberal Party together shared 80% of the vote. There was 10% everywhere else and 10% that didn't vote. And now we probably share 60% of the vote at a primary basis, and this other group that's risen is another 30%. So we have to find a way to connect to that group of people. And I think it's across the board. I don't think it's specifically young people or older people. I think across the board, that group of people that are willing to switch and move their votes around is much bigger, and they're much harder to get to and much harder to get your message to.
And might check out Cottesloe as well, because I'm hearing might be seeing something similar there with a strong independent result so far as well. But let's go to Nick Perpich. He's at the Liberal headquarters tonight. We are waiting, of course, to see whether Libby Mettam is going to be conceding defeat anytime soon. What are you hearing there, Nick?
Yeah, well, we're hearing that Libby Mettam is still not arriving anytime soon. We're here at Sandra Brewer's headquarters in Cottesloe. She's just taking the stage, and despite the result, you can hear it's very buoyant here. But the Liberals who are with Libby Mettam are saying that they want more votes counted. They're still watching some of the pre-polls, some of the postal votes, and she's not due here, they're saying, until 9:30 p.m. in an hour and a half or after that. So there's still a while at this stage. That could always change, though.
So it's going to be dragging it out for a little while based on that timeline. What's the vibe there, though, right now? I can see some drinks flowing and a bit of cheering. What's the celebration about?
Well, the celebration is because Sandra Brewer's just taken the stage. So in this Heartland seat, this blue ribbon seat, they've got a new MP. They're thinking, and so they're very pleased, despite the fact that Labor has retained government.
All right, Nick, thank you very much for that. You've got to celebrate where you can, I suppose. Look, there's still a lot of counting to go, though, and particularly some of these Liberal heartland seats, we've been calling them, but at the moment, the struggle is there for the Liberals because the contest is coming from independents.
Well, I think Churchlands is just an incredible result. I'm not sure, again, what else is coming through, but I'm not sure where the independents are flowing, the preferences are flowing. But that is I think a result I don't think Basil would have been expecting. So, yeah, very, very close in that seat. And even some of these other ones, we're seeing just the votes aren't flowing to the Liberal Party in what has been Liberal Party heartland.
How much credit do you take running such an attack campaign in Churchlands against Basil Zemplis?
Now, look, I think we've run a pretty positive campaign all around the state. And look, we've been criticised by the Liberal Party. I mean, as Minister for Transport, I've been criticised every day about every project that we're delivering. But it's clear when you're looking at where these votes are going that people in the suburbs appreciate infrastructure and they appreciate the jobs that are being created. And I think it's been a very negative opposition, and in particular over the past 4 years, criticising us on a day-to-day basis without developing an economic plan for the state.
Well, let's get back to the results. We've got more votes coming in. Antony, what can you tell us, starting with this new seat created of Midwest?
And just for people who don't know Western Australia, this is the seat of Midwest. It runs from the edge of the suburban area in Perth to the Tropic of Capricorn. It's a massive seat. It completely surrounds Geraldton. It's held by the National Party leader Shane Love, or it's being contested by him. Why it's not working? Because I haven't selected the electorate yet, because I used the map. My fault. He's holding the seat of Moore is the one he holds. 80% of that is now in Midwest. And he's got a comfortable victory. We've got 20% of the vote. He's on 46. Merrimaid Beards on 20%, and Labor's third, and Labor's preferences. I mean, Labor's preferences, even if they don't direct to him, they tend to leak to Labor anyway. I can't remember what they did with their how to vote card, but Labor preferences generally flow to the National Party in WA, and he's got 46% of the primaries anyway. So we expect that he will go on to win that seat. Now I've got to go back to the map to find my seat run, which is Midwest. So now I'll go to Bateman. Now this is Applecross and areas to the south. This is solid Liberal voting territory and a seat that Labor won at the last election. Kim Giddens is on 41, Nitin Vashisht, the Liberal candidate, 32. We got 11% with the Greens. We got more than a third of the vote. And at this stage, we're saying the swing is 2.4% to the Liberal Party and Labor will hold Bateman. If the Liberal Party aren't winning Bateman, they're heading for a bad result tonight. If we move on to South Perth, Bronwyn War is on 38.8. We've got a third of the vote. Labor's only 1% behind, and we've got 15% there with the Greens. If the Liberal Party, and at the moment the two-party preferred swing, there's 7.1, and Labor is ahead. Now, admittedly, pre-polls might change that. But if the Liberal Party is struggling to win South Perth, they're not winning this election. But not everything's going Labor's way. This is Fremantle. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here, but certainly the independent Kate Hollett is on 37.5. Labor's 27. The Greens are 16. There's only 6.6, a lot more counting to come. These are all from right in the centre of Fremantle. When you get into the more suburban areas a bit further out, Labor might do a bit better. But Liberals are fourth. Their preferences may help Simone McGurk, but we've got no call on that seat. But just showing that not everything is going Labor's way tonight.
Very interesting, and just with my federal lens on this, Tony, Barry, can I just bring you in on this, because I know Bateman in particular sits in that seat of Tangney, which the Liberals, some that I talk to, have been confident that they'll be able to pick that back up from Labor, but based on what we're seeing in that part of southern Perth tonight, it's not great news for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, Bateman obviously some swing to the Liberal Party. Bicton, which is also in Tangney. There's a 5.5% swing against Labor, but the Libs are only picking up 1 point. But on a 2PP basis, about 3.8. Now, it's a 2.8% seat on redistribution. So there is some opportunity there in Tangney. Obviously, different state, federal issues, but it shows the Liberal brand is not completely dead in that area.
And Kate Chaney would be feeling pretty good too, the independent member for Curtin federally, because independents seem to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, there's nothing to suggest that she's in any trouble based on tonight's results. Obviously, different issues at play. The seat of Pearce is interesting to me. That's an 8.8% seat on the post-redistribution calculation. And there's 4 state seats there, and they're all massive swings against Labor on a primary vote. Kingsley is a 16% swing against Labor, but just 5 points for the Liberal Party. On a 2PB basis, around 9 points, though. Mindari, a 23% swing against Labor, but the Libs are only getting 7.4. However, on a 2PP basis, 15 points. And Butler, 26% swing against Labor, but the Libs are only picking up 3.8 on primary, but they're doing much better on a 2PP basis. And Joondalup. So that's also a 24% swing. The Liberal Party are performing quite well in that seat with a 16% swing. So I think Pearce might be something to watch in the federal campaign. Some people do describe it as North Canning. It's a very similar demographic profile to Canning, which is now south of Perth. Pearce is now north. And the smart money has been for a while that might be the smoky in the federal campaign. Obviously, some of those seats in Bullwinkle as well, there's opportunity there as well. Forestville looks like it's swinging considerably to the coalition.
OK, we're going to cross now to the Police Minister, Paul Papalia. He's standing by. First of all, Labor's been re-elected, so congratulations. Any surprises for you so far this evening, Mr Papalia?
Thanks very much. At the outset, I've got to say we haven't called it yet. I know everybody else seems to have, but I'm told that our guys are still wanting to count more. It's an extraordinary moment. The fact that any party has been able to win a third term in the modern era since we got to 4-year fixed terms, is the first time it's occurred. So that is a real achievement and something that I think everyone has been anticipating, and it's reassuring if that is the case.
Paul Papalea, it's Kean Burke here. We heard a lot during the campaign about the impact that a number of policy decisions, including the firearms laws you were responsible for, would have on Labor's vote in the regions. We're not quite seeing as big a difference as people might have been expecting. Are you surprised by that?
I think we are the best government in the country, and that's been confirmed. I think people appreciate that, regardless of whether you live in regional Western Australia or in the metropolitan area. Western Australians know they're in the best state in the country, and a significant part of that has been the contribution made by government ensuring we are safe and strong. We've protected the state during COVID. Subsequent to COVID, we've gone out there. We've been able to protect our economy and ensure that we're always focused on helping people who are doing it tough, but also on growing opportunity and growing jobs in Western Australia. We went to the campaign with our Made in WA commitment, and I think people have appreciated that.
That doesn't quite answer the question, though. Were you expecting to lose more votes in regional WA than you have because of issues like the firearms laws?
I've always hoped that people will respect and appreciate a good government, and that's what we've delivered. And as a consequence, you get a benefit from that electorally. But that's what I've always hoped for, and it's good if that is being confirmed. Then that is a good thing.
You are a very experienced political operator. I think you're going to be the longest serving MP in the lower house when the new parliament sits later this year. Are you surprised by the trends that we're seeing here, the splintering of both of the major parties' votes and the role that those millennials, and particularly those kind of outer suburban millennials, are playing in deciding the results tonight?
I don't know. You've got the benefit of being able to see a few things that I haven't been able to watch, but because I've been jumping from different channels from one to the other. But what I would say is what's actually happening is confirmation that people do appreciate good, strong government, and government in the middle. I think what you saw from the Liberal Party and the Nationals in particular at this election was pandering to extremes or attempting to get support from extremes. What we've done is, ever since we were elected in 2017, is attempt to govern for the majority of Western Australians in the middle, and that is a good thing. It's recognised and appreciated.
You mentioned at the start the significance of this being your third term in government that you've secured now. One of the real hallmarks of this Labor government has been the unity, the lack of disgruntlement from a very large backbench. How do you maintain that over the next 4 years of government?
Probably the same way we have to date. I've been in the Parliament, as you said. I'll be the longest serving lower house member in Parliament after this election, should I be returned. And I've seen a lot of different party rooms. I've got to say this one is extraordinary. It has been so cohesive, so supportive, and absolutely united as a team since day one when we came to office in 2017. I hope that we can continue that. It's just a really admirable thing about our government, about the caucus, about the entire party room.
Minister Paul Papalea, we'll let you get back to that party behind you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, mate.
Nyamba, electorate of the Kimberley. Nyamba Widow borough in the state. Nyamba Rubibi, Burundia, is one of the major population centers in the electorate, a globally renowned tourist destination known as Rubibi. Nyamba Boro Yaru Ngarangonil, who have lived on this country for Mangara, many years. Other major towns include Derby, Kununurra, Halls Creek and Fitzroy Crossing.
You're watching WA Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Perth. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Rhiannon Shine. It's 12 minutes past 8 this evening. We've got 17% of the vote counted, and let's get the latest figures from Antony Green.
Well, before I do the figures, this is the map of Perth before the election, just the one Liberal seat, Cottesloe. Using the predictions in all our seats currently, look how the map changes. Barely.
Wow.
We've now got 3. We've got Careen and we've got Churchlands is going backwards and forwards. It's sort of, we've been tossing up whether to give it away or not. Give it to Basil Zemplis or not. Let's go and have a look at the statewide figures, which is what I was trying to look at. Labor's now slipped down to 43, the Liberals on 26.7, Nationals 5.1, the Greens 11.6. That change in vote that's occurring tonight, the Labor Party's down 16.6, so the figures have dropped off a bit, but the Liberal Party vote is still only up 5.4. Some of that vote has gone to Greens, One Nation. If we look at the two-party preferred swing we're getting at the moment is 10.6%, and the Labor Party slends up above 59% two-party preferred. So that would still be the second biggest win for the Labor Party in the state's history if those figures continue through. We are yet to get any preference counts in any seats. The Election Commission in WA is very cautious about deciding that it's got the correct pairing in each seat. So we haven't received any of those figures. And I'll just go and have a look at the figure in Perth, the metropolitan area. It's 11.2, so it's getting a bit bigger. We're getting a few more votes in, probably for seats we haven't got so far, but still nothing like which is going to present a victory, anything other than the Labor government being re-elected. Let's fill the chamber in. We've got the seats we've definitely given away at this stage. We've got Labor to 34, the Liberals 3 and the Nationals 3. The Liberal Party would be hoping to end up with more seats than the Liberal Party. So if that's what the figure is, I think there'll be more seats come later in the evening. And I think I've got a few more seats which are leaning one way or the other. That gets the Liberals up to 4. So at this stage, that's the position the Cook government has been comfortably returned.
Yeah, so the Liberal position is improving, but only slightly, and that swing's crept up a little bit by the looks of that. All right. Andy, thank you very much for that. I want to welcome to the panel Ken White, well-known West Australian, a former Minister for Indigenous Australians, former Liberal MP, but you left the Liberal Party entirely over its position on The Voice. Just to remind people, I want to come back to some of the commentary around that and the Aboriginal Heritage Act here in WA as well. But looking at how the Liberal Party is performing tonight, as a former key part of that party here in WA, what do you make of this performance?
Look, I'm disappointed, but I'm also pleased with the upswing, because when you consider where they've come from, it's a significant movement, but a lot more work is required on the ground within community, particularly with millenniums and the younger generations, because you can't rest on that notion of appealing to a broad church when, in fact, figures based on the demographics are showing that you're losing key areas that are of interest to the younger generation. So there's a lot more work to be done. And
what does that involve? What does that look like?
That really means connecting with all of the groups and across communities. I've seen some great campaigning by coalition members where they have gone out door knocking, meeting with groups, but it's now about a continuous engagement, rebuilding branches, rebuilding the structure of the party so that you involve the community in making decisions about the candidates and selecting the candidates that they would like to see represent them within their seats.
What did you make of Libby Mettam backing Peter Dutton's call that should he win, he's not going to stand in front of an Aboriginal flag at press conferences?
Look, I think the thing we've got to go back to is the Flag Act of Australia. It has the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags as official flags. And on that basis, as a leader of a state or of a nation, it doesn't hurt to have those flags represented in the scenery behind you, because we're looking at a section of the population that were first here. And it's about giving due recognition in that context. The political gamesmanship around making those stances and positioning doesn't only lose voters in the Aboriginal community, it loses voters in the broader Australian community if we consider the constitutional recognition outcome of 40% supporting that referendum. So you've got to think strategically about how do you regain a base that you may have lost, and how do you rethink strategies that don't disengage that range of support? Because the figures are showing an increase in a swing to us, but not sufficient to take 10 to 15 seats.
And you think it's directly linked to issues like that?
Look, I think it's linked to a whole range of issues, including local issues. And local issues within electorates do have a profound impact.
But clearly Liberals feel, your former Liberal colleagues feel, that this is working for them. Andrew Hastie was telling us a little earlier that Labor's been too focused on things like the Voice, the Aboriginal Heritage Act. I mean, he's using this as a critique of Labor.
Well, see, I don't see it that way. I really see it as a need to focus on the local communities within the boundaries of all electorates. And it doesn't matter which political party it is. Because if you want support, you have to appeal to the greater number in any electorate in order to win that seat or to take it. I recollect my own beginning of a very safe Labor seat, but winning it because door-to-door, community engagement, organisational engagement is absolutely critical.
Any thoughts of rejoining the party, Ken White?
Now, I've done my time in politics. I'm enjoying a lot of the community work and being involved with philanthropic organisations. I will always support the values of the Liberal Party. That was the basis for all of my thinking and work.
We better get a reaction from Steve Thomas to what you've just said there about some of these issues and how it hurts the broader appeal of the Liberal Party. Do you take any of that on board?
Oh, I think it's, Patch, and I have a lot of respect for Ken. We're all friends. In some areas, perhaps, yes, we've been a little bit ideological, but look, I actually think that the Liberal Party at a state level has an issue that we've actually swung a bit to the left. And that people are looking for the Liberal Party to actually be more conservative. Now, particularly economically conservative, but conservative a bit more across the board. So, but you can do that in a way. If you're focused in terms of conservative politics, and I consider myself at the right end of the Liberal Party, perhaps I'm the vestigial right end of the state parliamentary Liberal Party, but I consider myself at that end. I think if your focus is on the economic component as Liberals and less of a focus on the social issues, then I think people will come back to us.
What's an example of going too far to the left, the Liberal Party?
Look, in terms of economic policy, the fact that the Liberal Party, for example, supported gun laws was obviously an issue for me. I think that demonstrates that we've actually shifted a little bit too far to the left. And one of the problems is, of course, in elections, as we learned in 2021, you can't out-left the Labor Party. The only people that can out-left the Labor Party are the Greens, who are way out there. So an argument where we are, consistently taking the same line as the Labor Party and not taking a more conservative, particularly economic view, in my view, people go, well, then we might as well vote Labor.
But you can, I suppose, outright the electorate is the...
Well, and that's a risk as well, and that's why I think if you're focused on the economic component in particular, it's difficult to do so. But if you focus too much on social issues, then you're on some dangerous ground.
But Steve, you didn't have an economic plan. You didn't talk about the economy, you didn't talk about infrastructure, you didn't talk about transport. You gave no economic plan for the state. Western Australia wants to know where their jobs are coming from, and you gave no economic plan.
I'd love, if you give me 5 minutes, I'll outline some key economic issues, Rita, and you and I have argued about this. For 3 years, you and I argued about economic outputs in Western Australia, the fact that we're in the middle of the biggest boom that we've ever seen. And
what was the economic vision during the campaign from the Liberal Party?
You might have had one, but you never talked about it. Oh, I never heard it. You never talked about it.
No, because one of the things that we needed to do was stretch out the Labor Party spending on infrastructure in particular. I mean, why do we have a housing crisis? Why do we have these issues? Because when the budget doubled...
You told everyone they didn't need rail lines and they liked them. You told everyone they didn't need infrastructure and they liked them.
When iron ore royalties went from $6 billion to $12 billion, the government's construction budget went from $6 billion to $12 billion.
Steve, you actually said that and no one believed you. No one actually agreed with you.
Well, we need to keep saying it. Because what happened was that then the government government with bottomless pockets was in competition with the mining sector and construction in bottomless pockets, and the people who didn't have bottomless pockets was everybody trying to build a house. So post-COVID, the reason that it took 2.5 years to build a house that should have taken 10 months is that you're in direct competition with the government in terms of its massive infrastructure spend.
Was it a mistake, though, to spend as much as, or promise to spend as much as Labor was promising?
They spent more. The Liberal National Party spent double the Labor Party commitment.
Was that a mistake?
Well, it wouldn't have been a mistake necessarily. I think if we could have got that message across on how we were going to fund that, and the things that would be shifted as a part of that component.
Your net spending, to be clear.
Well, yeah, but one of the advantages the Labor Party has, of course, is that this massive forward spend already exists in the forward estimate. So their election commitments go, well, that's great, we'll do all of these things. Oh, but by the way, for the next 3 years and for the next 2 years in forward estimates, you've got this expenditure that's already sitting in place.
You had the same forward estimates.
The point is your net spending was as much, if not more. Was that a mistake?
No, I'm not going to say it was a mistake. I think we need to focus on the real economic arguments here as to why the people of Western Australia are struggling to put a roof over their heads and food on their table. And I think that economic argument we need to prosecute and continue to prosecute, particularly over the next 4 years. Because we'll have a correction. I think Rita and I both agree. We'll have a correction in iron ore price in the coming years. I mean, it's been a massive run. It's been a massive run over the last 4 years.
You did not present an economic plan to the state. You failed to talk about the economy. That's what you did. You failed to talk about the economy. You criticised everything we did constantly. You failed to present an economic plan to the state. People want to know where their jobs are coming from. People want to send their kids to TAFE. And you guys turn your back on young people wanting jobs in this state.
Obviously not the case. What we're looking for is to get people into houses. That also creates jobs. They need to not be competing with the government at that particular time.
All right. We might come back to this debate. Good to see things getting a little passionate. We're going to check out some of the further results that are coming through, particularly some of the... Well, we'll start in the regional seat of Geraldton, where Lara Dalton is trying to hold on to the seat. Antony, what can you tell us?
Well, this is a four-way contest as well. Kirralie War for the... as you can see, the first preferences here. The Liberal Party slipped to fourth. Shane Van Stein is the former mayor of Geraldton, very well-known personality, just under 20. Labor's on 24.7. Kirralie War is leading. Now, on those first preferences, we'll do the change in vote here. It's the Labor vote, which is down strongly here, but it's a lot of that's gone to the independent. So where do those preferences flow? I suspect the Nationals will gain that seat. We're just not exactly sure. It will be unclear who's the final two in that contest for some time. I suspect the Labor Party has lost that seat. I'm just not sure who they've lost it to. So Geraldton.
Let's look at the Eastern Perth electorate of Kalamunda. I know the Liberals were pretty keen on winning this seat. How's it looking?
Well, Matthew Hughes is retiring, and Karen Beale is the new member. Adam Hort is the new Liberal candidate. Labor's still leading on first preferences and the Greens are on 15.7. We've got a third of the vote. So again, I think with the change in vote here, is the Labor vote's down, but half of that's gone to, a lot of that's gone to the Greens. Oh, we've got a National in the field as well. Let me see there. So we've made an estimate of preferences and Labor are just ahead. So certainly it hasn't been a swing to the Liberals there. That's certainly a close seat at this stage. So Kalamunda, it's a seat Labor won at the last two elections, so for the Liberals to win it, it's going back to 2017. But at this stage, that seat's unclear.
Let's come back into Cottesloe, Antony, because this is an interesting contest where the independent Rachel Horncastle is, causing a bit of grief there for the Liberals.
Yeah, we've got 15% of the vote counted, and at this stage, she's second. The Liberals are on 46.4. It's unchanged since the last election. Labor's lost half of its vote to Horncastle. So the swing, there was 12% for other candidates. I can't remember who any independents were there last time, but a lot of that has swung behind the independents. So that's certainly a tighter contest. If you look at the two candidate preferred we're getting on that one at the moment, this is our estimate of preferences, which is a narrow win for the Liberal Party. We have no actual preference count, and I'm not sure what preference count we'll receive tonight, but it's showing again that the Liberal Party are just not picking up votes, deserting other candidates in the contest. In a seat like this, it's an independent doing very well.
OK, well, we'll go back to Ken Wyatt now. And as a WA Liberal member for so many years, I guess, what's your take on some of the results we're seeing? Because we're not seeing the kind of decisive results in those Liberal heartland areas.
Now, the results are intriguing in the way in which they're not coming back with the return I expected, because I thought that we would have done much better on the ground work done by candidates. I think we've got to go back to a fundamental issue of people are fed up and they're not taking on board the two major parties, because both major parties' primary votes are well and truly down compared to where they used to be historically with large numbers. And we're seeing the rise of a number of independents now having an impact across those various seats. So there is a fairly strong warning, even though Labor has won this election, there are still warnings there for both major parties. Start listening to people on the ground, because people want certainty. The quality of life that Steve talked about is important. The economy is fine, as there are many factors that impact on that economy. It's how we expend it, where we expend it, and what benefits are derived at the local level. When you stand on a booth and you hear people say, I'm more interested in what's important for me and my family and my community, then that tells me that we're not listening. So we've got a lot more listening to do, and the politics, whilst it's a byplay of party structures, the more important stuff is to turn our minds back to the broader community across this state, and at the national level, again, the same thing. Otherwise, we'll continue to see the influence of independents and those who decide that both parties are failing to meet the needs of people at the local level.
Ken, what about in your old seat of Hasluck? Are there any positive signs you've seen tonight that would give the Liberal Party hopes in Hasluck?
I think the upward swing from the low mark has been a good positive sign. I think the other thing is we've had some great candidates, and I would hope those same candidates put their hand up next time around, because they've had the experience. They now know what additional work that they need to do, and it would be great to see our parliament with the quality of many of the people who put their hands up in there, but particularly from my side, more Liberals, so that we hold government to account and we have a parliament that has a good mix of numbers so that democracy works well.
But can I just come back to what Steve was saying earlier about you can't out-left the Labor Party. Are you concerned that the message the Liberal Party in WA at the state level will take from tonight's result is they need to be more conservative, as Steve is saying?
Look, I think most Australians focus on the centre and look at the variations on particular policies that both parties have. Education is an important one. I think the other challenge we have is with WA's population, only 640,000 live outside of Greater Metropolitan Perth. So what's the representation for rural and regional Australia, and how will they be factored into the thinking of government?
But on this question of, we often see this after the Liberals lose an election, state or federal, this argument internally about do we need to be more conservative, do we need to be more, closer to Labor on certain issues?
Look,
what do you think?
I think on some issues you need to be closer. Health and education are always two major things that concern most families. The affordability of health, access to quality health services. And so you would expect both parties to make sure that that is a guaranteed right that we have within our state. In terms of the others, you do get variations that you go extreme right or extreme left, but the centre is what has kept major parties in that position where they have been dominant players in the political landscape of this country. But that's now changing, and we're seeing that because of the number of candidates and, again, independents who are being successful at eroding numbers.
You've spoken a number of times about the need for the Liberal Party to listen to the community. Why haven't they been able to?
Look, I think there are individuals who are listening, but I would say this to all politicians. You have to listen to people within your seats, and you have to bring that back in and advocate for what they want. And Labor has the same challenge, because if their primary vote was increasing substantially, then you could say that they were engaging. But the primary votes of both major parties are not at the level that you would expect.
This is something the Liberals have struggled with before. It was pointed out the last election, the state party promised some changes to try and rectify that. Are there structural issues within the Liberal Party that you think are making that process of listening more difficult?
I think it varies across the state. There are very strong leadership within the regions, and certainly when you bring them together, then there are certainly policies and positioning that individuals have. But we've again got to think about what is it that's going to win back the people that we need to hold government and to take government. We can't have this result next time after 4 years. So we're going to have to do some serious thinking about how do we go back and talk to every West Australian about coming back and considering us as a viable government to Labor.
Ken White, really appreciate you joining us this evening. Thank you very much for that. We're going to go back to the big board, Tabarak. It's starting to light up a bit more for us.
Yes, as you can see, the big board is starting to fill up. It's a sea of red at the moment. It's spread out, Labor's seats, but on the safer side, you can see some seats still haven't been filled in because we don't have the vote, the count high enough just to give them away just yet. But you can see they have made incursions onto the more marginal side of the pendulum. They've been able to pick up Bicton, and just now they've gotten Dawesville as well. And I've also been able to get my colouring pencils out and get the green marker out this time because we've got some green on the board. As you can see, the Nationals have retained the Midwest, so Nationals leader Shane Love has retained his seat, and they've also gotten Central Wheatbelt. So right now, that's 2 seats for the National Party. And we also have a new one for the Liberal Party. They've flipped Nedlands at the moment. So that's 3 seats now for the Liberal Party. But notably, as you can see, Churchlands still hasn't flipped. That is the most marginal seat here on the board, and high profile Basil Zemplis is the Liberal candidate for that seat. So he is leading in that seat at the moment, and he might win it. But Antony might probably have some more to say on that a bit later. But as you can see, only 3 seats for the Liberal Party, 2 seats for the Nationals, and a whole lot more for Labor. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how many more of those seats light up.
Indeed. Tabarak, thank you. And no doubt Basil Zemplis might still be chewing those fingernails with Churchlands yet to light up. But Nedlands is in that column. Some really interesting individual contests going on. Let's check some further counts south of the river there in Perth, starting with Bicton, where Labor holds this seat with going into tonight with a pretty healthy margin. How's it looking now, Antony?
This is one of the seats Labor gained in 2017. So Lisa O'Malley is a 2-term veteran of the parliament. She's got 46.6, well ahead of the Liberal. The Greens on 15%. So what we've seen again there is a rise in the Greens votes, up more than twice how the increase has gone for the Liberal Party vote. So I think we look at the 2-party preferred swing there. You're seeing it's a 5% swing. Now, this is a seat that in a normal election you would expect it to sort of be a very marginal seat. And it's still a very safe seat for the Labor Party. So that's a big win for Lisa O'Malley there.
OK, let's go to Riverton now in the inner south of Perth, where the sitting member Jags Krishnan was facing a challenge from Amanda Spencer-Teo from the Liberals.
Just leave it there for the moment, because I'll say this first. Bicton is in the federal seat of Tangney, so is Bateman, which is the next seat along, and Labor is holding what would otherwise be a safe Liberal seat. So this is the 3rd seat along. Jags Krishnan is the Labor member for Riverton. Let's look at the result in this seat. And what we're seeing here is Labor appears to be was comfortably holding this seat as well, 44.9 to 33 for the Liberal Party. Again, an increase for the Greens on 12%. And the 2-party preferred swing there is showing only a 1.7% swing. So those 3 seats are in the federal seat of Tangney, if you're trying to draw federal implications. So that's interesting to see how well Labor has done in those 3 seats. The other seat I wanted to get to is Victoria Park. It's not a seat we do very often on a night like this. Hannah Beazley, of course, the daughter of Kim Beazley Jr., former federal minister, former ambassador to Washington, former governor of Western Australia. Let's look at the votes here, up against Andra Biondi for the Liberal Party. And Hannah Beazley's on 44.9. Now, what's interesting there is look at the Greens on 22.5. Now, the Greens are doing well in all the inner city seats. They're getting between 15 and the low 20s, all in the inner city electorates. But Victoria Park has had a local issue to do with the redevelopment of the racecourse I'm not particularly familiar with it, but the question is whether that's had something to do with the rise in the Green vote. But the Green vote is up generally all across the inner city of Perth.
Andy, thank you. These are significant swings, particularly right there, Rita, in Victoria Park, of more than 16% away from Labor. Now, I know, the correction's always going to be coming tonight after what happened 4 years ago, but nonetheless, these are pretty big primary vote swings when you look at over 16%, aren't they?
Oh, look, again, comparing to 2021, it's... we will
not
never
troubling?
No, our primary in Victoria Park's 44. When you've got primaries of over 42, you're doing pretty well. So, so our primaries are holding in many parts, and they're still very strong. So I'm looking at the primaries. So we've seen the Greens pick up in Perth, in Victoria Park, and of course the Green Independent, in a sense, in Fremantle. So yes, there's been a move to the Greens.
The Fremantle result's quite interesting. We might come and have a look at that in a sec. But yeah, the Independent, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, so the Independent basically was the key candidate in a sense, and the Greens, I think, were supporting the Independent rather than running their own show there. So that's why we think we've seen a strong result for the Independent in Fremantle.
That swing in Victoria Park, though, take your point about swings across the board, but was it a mistake, the racetrack promise, lack of community consultation? Is she paying for it now?
Oh, well, she's going to win a seat with a primary of 44. So
sure, but there's a message, isn't there, in an 11.7% swing?
I'm not going to read into these numbers until we see the full numbers and compare them across the state. So, look, we'll continue to look at all these numbers, but as I said, we've got some very good primaries, and a 44 primary is a great primary.
Will you definitely stick with the racetrack?
That's our commitment.
That means you will?
Yes.
Was it a problem, Ken?
Well, I think that swing shows that it certainly has been a headache for Labor. We were kind of hearing in the final weeks of the campaign as that became one of the dominant issues that it was, a growing concern, one that maybe Labor was a bit surprised about. And I think that swing there is a pretty clear representation, one of the bigger swings we're seeing against Labor in a seat that is, very safe for them. I think there'd be a lot of people very nervous about that result.
Yeah, and the Libs went pretty hard on that racetrack issue.
It was actually the mayor. So the reason it got traction is because the mayor got involved in a very political campaign. That's what she did. She chose to use her council position to run a political campaign.
Yeah, and the Liberals jumped on. It obviously resonated.
Well, the Greens jumped on it more than the Libs. The Libs used it, but it was the Greens and the mayor.
OK. We're going to go to the Liberal candidate in Kalgoorlie now, Rowena Olsen. Good evening to you. How are you feeling tonight? I don't think your seat has been declared either way as yet, so how are you feeling?
We're feeling optimistic. It's been a long, hard-fought campaign. We've been dealing with 40-plus temperatures for over 2 weeks at pre-poll, and then another 40-degree day today. But everyone turned out, and we are very happy, and we are here tonight to celebrate a campaign well done.
Rowena, it's Ken Burke here. It has been a very complicated campaign, a four-way contest there. It looks like I think you are ahead, but your primary vote is down 5%. How has that looked on the ground, that four-way competition?
When I'm out in the community and I'm door knocking, people are talking to me about cracking down on crime and improving our health system, and they're the important issues for people, and that's what they'll be voting on, and that's what Kalgoorlie will be judged and decided on.
But are you surprised to see your primary vote drop 5%?
At this stage, the full count hasn't been done, and we are very happy with a hard-fought campaign.
Just the fact that it was a four-way campaign. Normally in elections we know it's a head-to-head. It's kind of two main people. Has it been more difficult to get that message out there with so many big voices to compete with?
It has absolutely been difficult with under 8 years of Labor out here with a regional message, but regional voters are sending a clear message that we will not be neglected anymore.
Do you think that is a message that is resonating across the state, that there is this dissatisfaction with Labor, and what are those key policies, I guess, that are driving that?
The lack of investment in our healthcare out here, definitely in Kalgoorlie, and the lack of feeling safe. People are experiencing antisocial behaviour on a daily basis. So people want to get back to the basics. They want a healthcare system that works. They don't want to have to travel to Perth to have their medical treatment, and then they want to feel safe in their homes. And that is the message that's coming across loud and clear from the community when I'm having those conversations.
Libby Metten made a few appearances out in Kalgoorlie. The Premier was out there a fair bit as well. How has that extra attention from the leaders changed the campaign out there?
I think people have now realised that Kalgoorlie and everything that the output here and the wealth generation puts Kalgoorlie firmly on the map, and it makes us important in this election and every election.
Kalgoorlie is a seat, I think Antony said it earlier in the night, it's changed hands 5 times out of the last 6 elections. What do you think drives that? And if you get up tonight, do you have any confidence that you will be able to hold it for more than one term?
We're looking forward to celebrating tonight, and it's not over until the final count's done, and that's what we're focused on right now, is bringing Kalgoorlie back into the Liberal fold, away from the Labor government.
Rowena Olsen, thank you for your time.
Look, I want to bring in Cos and Tony here for a look at this. This is going to be the third sizable election defeat for the Liberals. Long time since they won an election. Cos, what's changed demographically in this state since the last time the Liberals actually won an election way back when with Colin Burnett?
We go back to the millennials as the root cause.
And they would have been only babies back then.
They weren't starting families and they weren't buying homes, and they were only about 20% of the voters' roll. So they were the older ones, which are now in the early 40s, were basically just starting life as adults. But fast forward to 2025 and they're half the voters' roll, and they are overwhelmingly the contributors to this result tonight. But they're also overwhelmingly contributing to the change of, I would say, politics in this country. Now, the Liberal Party refers to their heartland seats like Churchlands and Nedlands and so on as being, critical for them to bring back. I think they face a significant problem, and that is historically they've held these seats. It's been their heartland seats for sure, but they're going to have to start finding new homes because just like the Labor Party discovered in the east coast of this country, that losing seats to the Greens, you can't always spend all your money trying to win back seats that used to be your heartland seats. You're going to have to start finding new places to win seats, and this is the challenge that the Liberal Party in particular in this state has not wrapped their head around.
Tony, can I just ask you, it's 8:45, so it'll be nearly 3 hours since the polls closed. We're into the counting, well and truly into the counting. More than a quarter of the votes counted. The swing to the Liberals statewide is just over 10%. That's less than half of what they would need to change government. You can look at the board, you can see how few have lit up blue, but we're told they have not yet in a position to concede defeat. They want to see the pre-poll batch come in a little later tonight. Does that make sense to you?
Not a lot, no. I mean, we have increased our seat count by about 300%. I think we're going to land on about 6 seats, so that's something. But I think, to Cos's point about where we pitch our message, the electoral math means that we can't always win without those inner suburban seats until we sort of start picking up more of those outer suburban target seats. But also, we can't win government without them in the meantime. The cost of acquisition of those inner suburban seats is actually quite a lot, not just in campaign funds, but the sort of policies that you need to lock in that sort of the federal seat of Curtin, Nedlands, Churchlands, that sort of area. So it's a really tough choice for the Liberal Party, not just in Western Australia, but federally and in other states as well. And sometimes the cost of acquisition to win back some of these seats, it just isn't worth it.
Plenty of lessons. OK, do we have Tabarak Al-Jarood around? Can you give us an update on the big board, please?
Well, there's been a few big ones for Labor since we last checked. Let's start on the saver side. As you can see, West Swan has been retained, and that is our panellist Rita Safiotti's seat. So congratulations, Rita, on being re-elected.
Hey, well done. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
You'll be joined, obviously, by your colleague Tony Booty in Armidale. And there's also more safe Labor seats all the way up to the marginal side. side, Labor's been able to get some more wins, winning Darling Range and Riverton again. So you can see that they've been able to really get some major gains here, and it's not looking too good for the Liberals. Still just 3 seats, the National Party's 2 seats for them. But it will be interesting to see how much more that the Labor and the Liberals and the Nationals will get tonight. But you can really see, David and Ree, the red wall that is building here on the more marginal side. So it's going to be very difficult for the Liberals to get past that.
No, that's right. And Steve Thomas, the Liberals did campaign very hard in Darling Range, Riverton, plenty of others, but those 2 in particular, disappointing.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you know, this is ideally marginal to Liberal Party territory in some of those territories. So obviously it's a tough night for the Liberal Party, and you know, there's some lessons going to have to be learned from this. But these are seats. I mean, there's a number of these seats that we needed to win and pick up comfortably, and we obviously at this point haven't done any of those things today. And as much as I can say, the vote will improve for the Liberal Party as pre-polls come in, and I think they will continue to do so. We're now looking like we're a fair way behind in most of these areas. I still have great hopes for a couple of them, like Churchlands in particular, where I think we're improving. But it's obviously a tough night.
You said at the start of the night that it wouldn't even be good enough to get back to your 2017 result. Now, things might improve from where they are now, but where they are now, you're not even going to get to that.
No, and I think that's a terrible outcome for the Liberal Party. Basically, if this is the case, if this continues to the end of the night, then we have had the 3 worst elections for the Liberal Party in the history of this state. And that's got to deliver us a message. And I actually agree with Rita, not on the economics, I think she's wrong on that, but in terms of how you campaign and face-to-face interaction, I think it's absolutely critical. I mean, your advertising campaign is just really to introduce yourself, and then you have to have those face-to-face conversations. It's critical to be out there. Now, it's tough in opposition when you've got 10 seats in total and the Labor Party's got 75. It's naturally a lot easier for them to actually be out in the community, but that has to be critical. The Liberal Party has to have a better on-the-ground interaction with the community.
I mean, there was a huge post-mortem done by the Liberal Party after the 2021 result. Were none of these lessons heeded out of that election?
Oh, I think some were, but there's obviously more to go. There's obviously a lot more to go. And it has been tough. You know, it's tough as a parliamentary team when you're so small. It's tough to get your message out there. It's been a very difficult period of time, but we have to take those learnings and extend upon them. I mean, the Liberal Party's not giving up. And for those who talk about the federal election, I actually think there's a significant difference between the federal election and the state election. As I said, I think at the start of the show, I think most West Australians had already determined their vote probably before Christmas. And again, I'm going to disagree with Rita. I think the campaigns had very little impact. I think those votes were tied. And if you look at the votes and at the polling, for example, the polling all the way through has been about 57% Labor to 43% Liberal all the way through. I guess a couple of slight variations, but not much. That should have given a message to us to do something different, to campaign in a different way and to reach out to the community. But all of those people that come in will hopefully be a part of that process going forward.
Antony Green, can I just come to you, because is this a particularly slow count that we're seeing tonight so far?
Yes, I mean, we have no figures yet for Midland or Murray-Wellington.
None.
Warren Blackwood, the count is at 6%. We've had 4 polling places, the 24 report, 3 polling places and the postals. So I don't know why there's no figures coming in from some of these seats. Albany has 7% counted. We've got seats like Bateman where we've got 60% of the primaries and no preference count. Now, the count, I don't know what the reporting process is, but it's not coming through. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it is a slow count, yes. Now, pre-polls will be slow. We well understand that, but it is odd that you've got seats like Warren Blackwood and you've had 3 polling places report, and it's 8:45.
Not a great day for the Electoral Commission by the sounds of it in terms of the problems we talked about earlier.
They do not have the resources of the AEC. They do not have permanent returning officers. They do not have the sophisticated computer system of the AEC, but you still expect a better performance than that. So, and there may be reasons for it, I don't know. But, I mean, it's frustrating to do a coverage like this and you have no figures sometimes.
Don't they know this is Antony's last state election?
No, lift your game. No, they work very hard.
They do.
We're going to cross now to Courtney Withers at Labor HQ. And Courtney, we haven't heard a concession from the Liberals yet, but any talk of a victory speech at Labor HQ?
Rhiannon, it's definitely looking likely that they will be looking to claim victory soon. The room in the atmosphere in this room is actually really picking up at the moment. People are a lot more loud and boisterous, and they've been screaming out as Antony Green is calling certain seats and indeed called the election for Labor. But every time I've spoken to people in the room, they are very quick to say that they're not calling the election just yet for Labor. They're saying that's the ABC's projection, we're not calling it just yet. So they are just seeming to be waiting at the moment to make that decision to officially call it. I have heard wind, though, that Libby Metten might be looking likely to speak at about 9:30, so they may be looking to wait until after she concedes to kind of officially claim victory with this election. But it is looking more promising for Labor than they initially anticipated. Labor sources I've spoken to are really happy with those swings at the moment and pleased by some of the seats that have been called by Antony, including Scarborough, Bateman, South Perth, Dawesfield. They're kind of a lot more promising than they initially anticipated. Of course, senior members of the Labor Party that are here, Paul Papalia and Reece Whitby, also quietly confident, but again saying that they're not going to be calling anything just yet and that they are waiting to see when the Liberal Party does concede. But everyone is getting excited for Roger Cook's victory speech. It's going to be on that stage just behind me. Many people are looking forward to that moment, and it shouldn't be too far away now.
It will be a big moment for him, stepping out of Mark McGowan's shadow, a victory in his own right. What do you think Roger Cook will be outlining in that speech when he delivers it?
Well, I think, as I touched on earlier, he'll probably want to thank his electorate of Kwinana. He loves mentioning Kwinana, like former Premier Mark McGowan liked to mention Rockingham, so I'm sure there's a nod to his own electorate. Of course, he'll thank his friends and family. He has really kind of gone along the same lines over the past 2 days of saying he'll be humbled and privileged if he gets to be elected Premier, so I'm sure some of those similar lines will be repeated. Yesterday at a press conference, he said he's been treating this like a job appraisal and he's waiting to see if his boss, the people of Western Australia, will re-elect him or elect him as Premier. So he's waiting to see what happens with that job appraisal. So we might potentially see a nod to that kind of comment that he's made before, but I'm sure he'll be looking to kind of make this comment out of the shadow of Mark McGowan and really claim victory in his own right. Of course, he took over from Mark McGowan when he stood down in 2023. So this will be the election that he's won in his own right as Premier, and he'll be really wanting to make that clear.
Courtney Withers at Labor HQ, thank you. OK, we're going to cross to Cottesloe now, where Liberal candidate Sandra Brewer is standing by. Before we do, we're going to find out from Antony Green how that seat is looking.
Well, we just got another polling place in. David Honey, of course, retiring. Sandra Brewer, the new Liberal candidate. Rachel Horncastle is the independent. Look at the first preferences here. Again, we've only got frustrating only about under 19% of the vote. Sandra Brewer is on 48.3, Rachel Horncastle, the independent, on 29.7. Labor's votes down to 12.6. Just look at that first preference change since the last election, and you can see the Labor vote's just sort of gone. A lot of it's gone across the independent. The one thing I would say there is a lot of the votes to come will be pre-polls, and you would expect that I expect that they will probably favour the Liberal Party. So the Liberal Party is under 50%. They've had no increase in their vote, but they'll still be close enough to a majority. So we're pretty confident that Sandra Brewer should be the new member for Cottesloe.
Sandra Brewer, the new member for Cottesloe. How does that sound?
Well, it sounds very exciting. I'm thrilled if that is the case, and I think there are enough reports now to suggest it might be. And I'm just absolutely delighted that the people of Cottesloe have put their faith in me to represent them.
Sandra, it's Ken Burke here. It must be disappointing, though, that you haven't seen a bigger swing back to you. Is that weighing on your mind tonight?
Well, Keen, it's the first time that I've contested this seat, so it's a matter of getting to know as many people in the community to ask them for their support. I haven't taken it for granted that it has been a Liberal seat for a long time. I've campaigned full-time for 1 year. I've met mayors, councillors, community groups, sporting clubs, door knocked thousands of doors, and my supporters and I have run a really positive campaign about what we see are the future opportunities in the Cottesloe electorate. So I'm not disappointed in the slightest. I think it's been absolutely thrilling to see particularly young people to put their support in me.
The Independent has seemingly had a lot of success there. Her vote is looking quite healthy at the moment. Were you expecting that?
I always knew the Teal Challenger would be competitive because there's existing infrastructure in place for that platform, which is through Kate Cheney and the Teal network that she has in Curtin. We saw many of the same faces, the same campaign tactics, and they were able to mobilise very quickly, so it wasn't unexpected. I just spoke positively about what I can achieve for this area, and I think a lot of people have realised that the Teal proposition isn't all it claims to be. They claim integrity, but we saw some pretty misleading tactics in the last week of the campaign to call into question my values and what I was standing for. And so as we go into the federal election, I think people do have real reason to doubt the proposition of the Teal independents, and that was revealed through this campaign here in Cottesloe.
Even despite that, though, it doesn't seem like everyone agrees with that view of the Independent. She has got quite a healthy vote there. What message do you take from that as you look to represent the electorate of Cottesloe?
Yeah, I think one of the key factors is that the Labor Party really did not contest this seat at all. So anyone else going to a polling booth today would have been met with Labor people handing out how to vote cards, a strong party presence. There was absolutely nothing in Cottesloe. For 2 weeks on the pre-poll, I didn't see a Labor person, a Labor how to vote card. So they were totally absent from this race. The Greens played a small presence, but I think what the Teal Independent movement is a left-wing movement. That's been proven out federally. They vote with the Greens and Labor the majority of the time. So I think actually here in Cottesloe it's been a contest between Liberals to the right and the Teal Independent to the left, and that's why we're seeing the results we are.
But what message do you take from that? You, for the next 4 years, will represent Cottesloe in Parliament. Do you take that into account? Does that change the way that you will speak and stand up for the electorate?
Look, tonight is just election night. We just have to have our reaction to the results and take a little moment of joy to celebrate what we've achieved. I'm absolutely committed to representing everyone in this electorate. You know, that's what happens is we move from being a political candidate to being the member for Cottesloe, and I take that very seriously. There's a lot of priorities, particularly around our environment in Cottesloe. We have vast tracts of beautiful bushland, riverfront and oceanfront that people feel very strongly about. So that desire for strong environmental values is definitely something that's been expressed through that Teal Independent vote and also to me personally in my interactions with the community.
Sandra Brewer, we understand you'll be welcoming the Liberal leader, Libby Mettam, there shortly, so we'll let you get back to celebrations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, this is Churchlands, an inner northern beachside electorate which extends from the Mitchell Freeway across Lake Munga to City Beach. The Liberals are running a high-profile candidate, the former Lord Mayor Basil Zemplis, and he is, so far, ahead in the count. You're watching WA Votes. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Rhiannon Shine. It's 9 p.m. in the west, 29% of the vote counted, and let's get an update from Antony Green.
Well, let's the overall figures at this stage. The Labor Party is 43.4, so that's drifting down a bit. The Liberals 26.6, Nationals on 5, Greens 11.4. If those figures are reflected in the upper house, you'll get 17 Labor members and 4 Greens, which will give them control between the pair of them of the Legislative Council. Can't always guarantee that those figures flow through to the upper house, but It's just telling you something or other about how the numbers are going. So the Labor primary vote is down 16%, but as you can see there, it's spread all over the place. There's only 5.5% going to the Liberal, 1% to the Nationals, 4.5% for the Greens, 2.6 to One Nation, had a very poor result last time, and 3%. So just to confirm those first preferences, the One Nation's on 3.9 there. The two-party preferred swing is 10.6. The Labor Party still on 59. So that's coming towards that final news poll of 57.5, but it's still higher than that number. Now, the other thing I think they wanted me to talk about, I think I've got a seat run here, about Churchlands. Now, we haven't seen any new figures. They seem to be stubbornly on those numbers. Basil Semplis is on 40.6. Christine Tonkin, who surprisingly won at the last election, 29.7. The Independent, Lisa Thornton, 15.9. Carolyn McLean, 10.5. We've estimated preferences. We don't have a preference count, and it's coming to the Liberal Party, 51.2. I still think Basil Semplis will win that seat, but if it was a strong endorsement, we would have called it already, I suspect. The other one I want to talk about is Warren Blackwood here. Again, it's a very low count. We've only got 10%. We've only got 4 of the actual polling places counted. I just want to look at this first preference vote here. Look at that. The Nationals on 28.9, Labor's 24, Wade DeCampo 22, the Greens on 10.8. There's nothing from the Margaret River end of the electorate yet, which is where the Green and the Liberal and Labor vote will be higher. This is all from around Manjimup. We just haven't got enough votes there. And I don't think we'll have any clear idea the order of the candidates in that one with the votes so divided. We're getting a few of those, and it's a bit frustrating that the count is just not coming in. So I presume the votes are counted. There is just obviously some communication problem about why they're not reporting.
Yeah, it must be creating some anxiety for those candidates too. Sweating on an update on the count. We'll let you know once they are passed through. Look, just, Rita, coming back to something Antony was pointing to there, the upper house, and we don't yet know, but if those sort of trends do flow in the upper house, 4 Greens there, you'd need to rely on them where you don't have support from the other side to pass legislation. Is that going to change much, do you think, in terms of how you go about legislating?
Well, we've only had control of the upper house for the past 4 years, so Labor has always had to negotiate with the upper house over its history in relation to legislation, and sometimes we reach agreement with the Liberal Party, sometimes the Nationals, but sometimes the Greens. So it will depend, but we've always had to pretty much rely on other parties to get our legislation through the upper house, and the past 4 years was the first time we really had control of the upper house in our own right.
Do you think you'll ever get it back, and did you make the most of it?
Well, 2021 again was unprecedented and extraordinary, so I don't think we will reach those numbers again, but look, I think we ran a very, very good government. I mean, a very solid government, a united government, a government that focused on the things that mattered to people. We've been supporting families with cost of living, not just over the past 4 weeks, but for years. We've been building the infrastructure that people have been wanting, and we've been growing the economy. So, look, I think we did well as a government to deliver on the key areas that people are concerned with, and that's things like cost of living. It's about jobs, and it's about making sure we have excellent services.
Because the warnings were dire ahead of 2021 don't give Labor total control of both houses. Has it played out the way that you imagined it would, Steve Thomas?
Oh, it certainly has. So, I mean, the first thing the Labor Party did was to then restructure the way the upper house is elected. And to be honest, I actually think they've created something of a rod for their own back there, because if you look at the new system, you know, 2.5% of a quota across the entire state, I suspect that no political party will ever in the future hold an absolute power over the upper house. And so I think the Labor Party to some degree has damaged itself as a part of that process. Now, perhaps they've got a good working relationship with the Greens and are relying on that. And this election would tend to indicate that they'll, with Greens' help, be okay again. But I expect to see a large number of minor parties elected. I think the Labor Party will probably perhaps get a bit less than 17. I think I predicted 15 originally, or certainly have. I think that there'll be a large number of alternatives. So expect a One Nation party person. You might even find an Australian Christian in there. The legalised cannabis party was probably going to do fairly well. Shooters and fishers might come back. I think they expect the National Party to do reasonably well. And then there's a bunch of minor parties that are going to go in there. So
quite a collection.
Yeah, well, it will be, and it'll look a bit like the Australian Senate. So, you know, we're all looking for our equivalent of the Jackie Lambies of the world.
The cliche is the bar scene from Star Wars, but you were much kinder than that. Look, I just want to tell you what we're looking at in that corner of your screen there. This is outside Roger Cook's house, so it's a little bit dark there at the moment, but we're expecting him to emerge any moment now, and we heard earlier that he would be declaring victory soon. What's a little unclear to me as to whether he will wait for a concession speech from Libby Mettam first. But, I mean, that's normally what happens, but I don't even know if the call has been made to concede
No, I mean,
defeat.
I've been hearing they were still waiting on those pre-poll results. Steve, do you have any new information?
No, I think that's my latest information is, again, that they're waiting on pre-poll results.
There's a point at which, though, it's blindingly obvious, though, isn't it, that you've lost the election?
Well, I think they're looking for a couple of extra seats. I think it's difficult to suggest that we're going to pull in a whole pile of extra seats on pre-polls from here. That would be a mighty mountain to try and climb.
It sure would. Speaking of waiting on results, Antony Green's got some more for us.
Magically, we've started to get some preference counts. They're coming in alphabetical order. Look, we've got... this is interesting. Churchlands, we've now got 7 polling places. That's the same primaries we saw a minute ago. Now, we just got a preference count, and 75% of the preferences are flowing to Labor from the Independent and the Green. So that's doing really badly on preferences, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing to Labor at this stage. So on the 5 polling places we've got with preferences, the swing is to Labor, and that on the normal algorithm we have means that Basil Semplus wouldn't win it. Now, we're about to override that because there's a lot to come. There's pre-polls and stuff like that, but everything I've said so far was on the estimates of preferences, and the preferences that are in are much stronger to Labor than I was estimating. So I'll go and overturn that now. We thought we'd show it first before we pull it back into the doubtful category. But under a normal algorithm, that's not going to the Liberal Party at this stage.
OK. Thank you, Antony. I want to go to Nick Perpich, who's at the Liberal Party headquarters. We've been wondering what's going on, whether there's going to be a concession speech. Nick, what can you tell us?
Well, we know that Libby Mettam has actually left the Liberal Party headquarters in Perth. About 5 minutes ago, she was passing through Claremont, so she will be here very soon. As you said, they haven't conceded yet. They're waiting on more of those pre-polls, but she will take to the stage here at Sandra Brewer's election night headquarters and address the faithful here. It'd be interesting to see what she will say.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Nick, but
concede.
Roger Cook is now just saying something as he leaves his home.
Go now and have a chat to the team.
How does it feel to have secured this on your own leadership stamp tonight?
Well, there's still votes to be counted, but we're obviously really pleased at the early indications of the vote. Thank you very much.
Not quite declaring victory there, Rita Saffioti. A little bit cautious, but...
He's probably waiting to meet his team and the Labor supporters.
I did detect a big smile on his face, though, right?
Yeah, I think he's...
Couldn't hide that.
He would be very, very pleased with what we've seen this evening.
No, he certainly would. And, I mean, you know him better than the rest of us. What does this moment mean for him, do you think, on a personal level?
Oh, well, I think all members of Parliament, when you win your first election as a Member of Parliament, it's something that's hard to describe. And then to win it as Premier and to win it in such a fashion. If we're looking at this tally board, it is an incredible result.
Is this better than you were expecting?
Absolutely, absolutely. They spent a lot of money in some key seats, spent a lot of money, a lot of signs, a lot of money spent. So they were targeting some very key seats, and I think we were expecting that they would have probably got closer in some of those, and it doesn't appear so. So it is Roger's worked really hard, very disciplined campaign, and made sure that he put the economy front and centre in everything that we did. So he has run an excellent campaign, and he should, I suspect, he'll be very pleased when he addresses the crowd.
You mentioned discipline, and it has been a defining theme of Labor. It's been quite striking, you know, no leaks and spills. Did that start with Mark McGowan, and Roger Cook has continued that? What's that been like from the inside?
Oh, absolutely. Look, what I will say, and Paul Pupley has said it before, is that we are a discipline. We like working with each other, And we've seen in so many on the other side when Basil tried to topple Libby, and what's happened in the past, that the public don't want to see politicians or on the same side having a go at each other. They want to see a cabinet and a team working for them. And when politicians and cabinet ministers start talking about themselves and ego gets in the way, that's when the public really turn off.
I think that's true. Often in a third term, a long-term government, though, you end up inevitably with some who are frustrated that after 10 years or so they haven't had a go at the ministry they've had their eyes on. And some of these things can get more difficult to maintain that discipline.
Well, they said that for the second term when we got a record backbench. But look, we've across the board had a united team. As I said, we actually do like each other. We get on with each other. And the other point is that we've also got a lot of new members coming in. So this is a lot of members have chosen to retire at the end of this term too. So there's a lot of new faces in our caucus as well. So we've also transitioned members of parliament pretty effectively over time too. So we've got a whole new bunch of new members too, who I expect will bring new energy and new focus to our caucus.
And will there be any further leadership transition over the next 4 years, or will Roger Cook be
I think
Premier
Roger will be very
election?
happy to be Premier for the next 4 years.
Steve Thomas, that discipline, that unity, why haven't the Liberals been able to achieve that?
Look, I think it's a work in action, to be honest. I mean,
Sorry to interrupt there again.
sorry.
We can see Libby Meadams just arriving at the venue there. We heard from earlier.
Hello, I'm Thank you.
What now for you, Ms. Madam?
Party faithful there.
I'll be making a speech shortly.
Will you be conceding?
I've already spoken to Roger Cook. I've already given him a call and congratulated him.
Right. And what about your own position? What's in store for the leadership?
Look, that will ultimately be up to the party.
Would you like to stay on, or will you be standing down?
Look, I will accept any position, but look, it will ultimately be up to my colleagues.
All right, well, there you go. Libby Meadam has called the Premier, Roger Cook, to congratulate him on Labor's third term election win. And as to her own future, she has acknowledged there that this is now a question for the Liberal Party to decide whether she stays as leader. She did indicate she would be willing to accept any position. So this will ultimately be a decision for the party room, the membership of which might take some time to decide, given the count has been slow tonight and might take a while to resolve exactly how many and who are in that Liberal Party room. But Libby Meadam not indicating there, I think, a very strong determination to fight on as leader. Rhea, what did you think?
No, that was definitely I'll leave it to the party room, but getting a warm welcome there. Libby Meadam's been up against it this campaign, and all her colleagues have congratulated her on her work ethic. Mountain to climb.
These are difficult speeches to give, no doubt about it. And there'll be some disappointment in that room. But Libby Meadam, I think, is going to be introduced before we hear from her. But this is not the outcome she was expecting.
No, not at all. I mean, I don't think realistically she had a victory speech prepared.
No.
But this is not a good night for the Liberals by any measure.
No, it's certainly not. Well, as Steve Thomas was telling us earlier, even getting back to the 2017 result. At this stage, anyway, I mean, things may change dramatically in the pre-poll count to come in, but from what we're seeing so far, this is going to be worse than that 2017 landslide win for Labor. This goes down at the moment, at least, as looking like their second worst result after 2021.
Very difficult speech to give, and she's never lost hope throughout the campaign, has always maintained we can win, unlike her predecessor, Zac Kirkup, who conceded before the last election. Libby Meadam has been fighting the fight.
And she's worked hard, you know, from all accounts. She's campaigned.
She's worked very hard. She's not the official opposition leader, so she hasn't had a government driver. She's been driving herself down and back from her regional electorate.
So we did give her a driver for the campaign.
For the campaign, yes, but for the for the past couple of years, no. I think everyone can agree she's worked very hard in that difficult position, but.
And not a united team for a small team, but not always united.
No, that's it. You know, she had to stare down her detractors. At the end of last year, there was movement for Basil Zemplis to come into that position early.
All right, let's listen in. Let's
Let's
listen
hear
in
from
now.
her now.
We'd like to invite you to the stage. Please welcome Steve Martin, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party.
Hey guys, thanks very much, Sandra. It's wonderful to be here. It's been a tough day, guys, but we're going to get a great result in Cottesloe, and it's my great pleasure to introduce the hardest working woman in Western Australian politics. She's really quite tough as well. But it's a wonderful privilege to have served with Libby for the last couple of years. She's left nothing on the table. It's not the result we wanted, but it's my great privilege to introduce Libby Medham. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you to everybody here that has been here supporting Sandra Brewer and the Western Australian Liberal Party. A few moments ago, I made a phone call to our Premier, Roger Cook, to congratulate him on an emphatic win for the Western Australian Labor Party. We know...
Concession speech. All right, we're going to go to Roger Cook now, who's not going to wait for the end of that concession speech from Libby Medham. He is going to declare victory, and we'll listen to the Premier in what is an exciting moment for him and the Labor Party here in WA.
Friends, to our supporters in this room and around the great state of Western Australia. To all the members of the WA community watching at home, good evening. Thank you to Barry Winmar for his warm welcome to country early this evening. And can I take my opportunity to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we are meeting tonight, the Wadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. But of course, people are watching this election from right around this great ancient state of ours, and we acknowledge all First Nations people in the state of Western Australia. Friends, today, Western Australia has voted for a future which is made in WA. Now, earlier this evening, I received a call from Libby Medham. She offered her congratulations to our WA Labor team for being elected to form a new government and wish us well. I congratulated Libby on the tireless work she put into this campaign on the campaign trail. And look, she's a decent person who, like most of us who go into public life, does it for the right reasons. And I look forward to working with her and the leader of the National Party in the Parliament very shortly. Friends, for 8 years, our WA Labor team has delivered sensible, stable government focused on strong financial management. We relentlessly pursue the creation of jobs and the delivery of infrastructure and services that people need. And at times of global uncertainty, the WA community has put its trust in our WA Labor team for the next 4 years. And while we celebrate tonight, we are humble. We do not take that trust for granted. We will work to repay this trust every single day. The cost of living challenges created by global inflationary pressures are not of our government's making, but we will continue to provide cost of living relief where we can. Things like our household battery rebate, expanding free kindy and free TAFE, delivering another round of the student assistance payments and cheaper fares for public transport in Perth and in our regions. But WA's Labor's vision for Western Australia goes beyond this. We will work every day to ensure WA's economy remains the strongest in the nation and that there is no better place in the world to get a quality job. By backing our resources industry, diversifying our economy for the future and making more things here. WA Labor understands that having the strongest economy in the country means more people want to live here. Not only do we have the strongest economy in the country, we have the fastest growing population. And this creates pressures in areas like housing and health. We have heard the concerns of Western Australians, and our new government will never stop working towards ensuring every Western Australian has a decent home and that we live in the healthiest state in the country. And that no matter where you live, in our suburbs, in our towns, in our remote communities, all Western Australians will have access to the services they need. Friends, every election victory involves a lot of hard work, and I want to thank everyone who has contributed. To our State Secretary and Campaign Director, Ellie Whittaker, thank you. To my staff, thank you. To my outgoing Chief of Staff and incoming parliamentary colleague, Daniel Pastorelli, thank you. To our former Premier Mark McGowan, thank you for your service to our state, your friendship and ongoing support. And to our Deputy Premier Rita Sapiotti, thank you for your tireless work for our state and our movement. And to my other Cabinet colleagues and Cabinet and parliamentary colleagues, thank you as well. And on today, which also happens to be International Women's Day, I pay special tribute to all our amazing female candidates who have campaigned across this great state. Now, I want to make special mention of our WA Labor members who have lost their seats tonight. Look, politics is a tough business. You have to reapply for your jobs every 4 years, and sometimes you're not successful. Each and every outgoing member of our WA Labor team has made an outstanding contribution to both their electorate and our state. Thank you for your service and all the best for the future to you and your families. Thank you to our army of red shirts all around the state. From our branches and our unions. You are the most incredible movement of volunteers a political party has ever seen. Thank you. Thank you for every phone call you made and every door you knocked. But I want to pay special tribute to my family tonight. Like every family of a politician, they put up with a lot. They give a lot. So, Carly, Toby and Isabel, thank you for everything. Thank you for believing in me, putting up with me. I love you. Friends, enjoy tonight, because we get back to work tomorrow, putting together a new government that builds upon everything that we've achieved together to date, that tackles our challenges with determination, that pursues every opportunity with excitement and enthusiasm. We are fortunate to live in the greatest place on earth. But our success isn't due to luck alone. It's due to the hard work of all Western Australians. Team WA. And as a team, we achieve so much more together than we do alone. And each member of our WA Labor team looks forward to rolling up our sleeves and getting back to work for each and every Western Australian. To create jobs, to deliver the infrastructure and services we need, to make WA a renewable energy powerhouse and restore pride in the words, "Made in WA." Thank you.
Well, Roger Cook there, an embrace with the family and a heavy emphasis in that victory speech on Made in WA. Clearly Labor sees this as a key part of their win and a key signal as to where they want to go in a third term in office. It is a bigger win than than Labor was expecting. Rita Saffioti were telling us earlier. That speech, though, did not wait to hear the concession speech from Libby Medham. We'll play that to you, though, in just a moment after a call from the Liberal leader. In fact, are we going to hear a little more here from the Premier?
See, we're delighted with the result tonight, but it's off the back of hard work by the whole WA Labor team. It's a vindication of our vision, the vision that we have for this state and the strong record that we've created.
What's your first order of business?
Well, first thing we have to do is bring the government back together and bring the parliament back together. We need to make sure we get that WA student assistance payment out. We need to get legislation in to lower stamp duty for first home buyers.
Was this a bigger win than you anticipated?
Well, we wanted to make sure we just got as big of a mandate as we could. And we are so pleased that people of Western Australia have put their trust in us. We are very humbled by that opportunity, and we won't let the people of Western Australia...
Is there a message in this for the federal election?
Well, I think the only message is that every campaign is hard. You have to work hard, you have to engage with your community, and that's what my great WA Labor team has done.
Have you stepped out of the shadow of Mark McGowan?
Well, look, we're just happy that tonight we've got a great result for WA Labor. Another 4 years to be able to deliver for the people of Western Australia. And right now I need to get down and spend some time with my campaign team. Thank you very much.
We're live on ABC Radio. I just want to get your first thoughts to be elected in your own right like this tonight for the first time. What does that mean to you?
Well, it's very humbling. It's very humbling, and we're so pleased the people of Western Australia have put their trust in us.
Go and enjoy the celebrations.
All right, we'll leave that there, and I've got to tell you some vibes there of, I remember Kevin Rudd winning in 2007, and we're going to have a cup of tea, an ice over, then straight back to work. It was kind of the theme there as well. Down to business, not too much celebrating, but this is a moment of celebration for Labor. I did note the Premier said, look, we've heard the concerns on a couple of things he mentioned, health and being able to find a decent home. Is that an acknowledgement that this campaign has sent you those two messages?
Oh, we always knew some of the major concerns of the community was housing, and post-COVID we saw an incredible interruption to the ability to deliver housing. So we've focused a lot into the housing system. So we've pumped a lot of new programs, and we've got a lot of new programs we want to implement over the upcoming months. So definitely into making sure we can deliver more housing to WA.
But given the Labor vote is at the moment down nearly 17%, your primary vote, I know there's a correction from 2021, but do you acknowledge the need to do more than you've already committed on those issues?
Oh, absolutely, we'll do more. And we've got so many good initiatives that we'll roll out over upcoming months, and we want to do as much as we can to ensure there's quality housing across the state. And with health, we're sort of halfway through a very significant build in health, in particular places like Geraldton with a new hospital, big commitment to Albany, commitments in Bunbury. So we'll be out there over the next 4 years delivering on health, and in particular new emergency departments at Midland and Royal Perth. So we've got some big programs in health to support improved service delivery, and we've seen a lot of stress in relation to the demand in our health system. 280,000 people came to WA last year, huge population growth in WA.
Okay, we're going to hear from Libby Mettam's concession speech soon, but it was a bit unusual that Roger Cook gave his victory speech before we heard from Libby Mettam. Is that poor form or just poor communication?
Oh, I think they were waiting. I don't know exactly what happened there, but I think they were waiting for a long time, and that speech never eventuated, so I think they made a decision.
She was, in due respect, on her feet. We'd been watching her walk in and she'd started the speech. And
yeah, I don't know what happened there, but anyway, we'll listen to
is that
Libby's.
Regretful?
I don't think so.
It's all fair in love, war and politics?
Well, I don't know what's gone down in relation to the communication between the two groups.
All right, well, let's have a look at what's gone down. Libby Mettam did give this speech. It started just before the Premier took to his feet.
A few moments ago, I made a phone call to our Premier, Roger Cook, to congratulate him on an emphatic win for the Western Australian Labor Party. We know democracies aren't perfect, but we know that as a Western Australian and as an Australian as well, it is a system that we must all respect. And the people of Western Australia have cast their vote, and the result is certainly very clear. But what we have also seen across this state, and in particular since 2021, is much work that has been undertaken by the Liberal Party. And there is no doubt, following this evening's results, there will be new Liberal members of Parliament that have been elected, such as Sandra Brewer, who is here this evening. Is this the result I hoped for? Of course not. Is this what we have been working for? Absolutely not. And what we will take from tonight is lessons on how we can do better. And the rebuild of the Western Australian Liberal Party continues. I appreciate we have not seen all of the results, and there are still many results coming in this evening from many parts of this state. We are seeing swings to the Liberal Party in some seats of double digits, and some not so much as well. But can I thank the Western Australian Liberal Party and those across the state, the people of Western Australia who have voted for the WA Liberal Party. Thank you for your support. Whether that's volunteers on the booths as well who've been supporting our candidates. Can I also thank our candidates, the candidates of the Liberal Party, who've put their heart and soul into the cause, which we here hold so dear as well. Yes. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Caroline De Rosso, the President for the Western Australian Liberal Party, our State Director, Simon Morgan as well, the staff in my office led by Dale Leggett, Hayden Tognello, right-hand man, and the other staff as well. We've certainly been under-resourced in terms of size, and this is another step forward to building our resources going forward. But it is fair to say it's not the result that we hoped for, but we will continue to work for the people of Western Australia. We will continue to advocate on behalf of the people of Western Australia, and we will continue to hold the Cook Labor government to account. We will also continue to ensure that this government is accountable for the election promises that they have made, and in particular in the areas of reducing household fees and charges, cost of living, law and order, our healthcare system, and those issues that we've heard mean much to the people of Western Australia as well. But for tonight, it is a night of reflection, and we will continue to keep working for the people of Western Australia going forward. Can I thank each and every one of the people of Western Australia who voted for us, and for those that didn't, we are listening, and we will continue to work hard for a better future for the people of Western Australia. Thank you.
Well, a deflated Libby Mettam there, not the result we had hoped for, she acknowledged, and that must be an understatement, I think it's fair to say. Looking at the big board right now, Churchlands, where Basil Zemplis is running, it does look like, as Antony was indicating a little while ago, they will win. But another one, Medlands, has gone black, and it was blue before. So we'll get an update from Antony in a minute on that. But Steve Thomas, to you, we heard on her way in, Libby Mettam leave open the question of what might happen with the leadership now. What should now happen with the leadership?
Oh, I think just sitting back and having a conversation with all of our parliamentary colleagues about the best way forward for the Liberal Party, which might be the continued leadership of Libby Mettam.
What do you think? You're part of that party room, so what would you be choosing?
Well, obviously, because I'm a part of that party room, we don't talk about the party room outside the party room.
You're amongst friends here, though. That's fine.
Yeah, there's only a million people watching. Look, I think there's obviously got to be some reflection out of this. There's got to be some frank and fearless discussion about the performance and how we got to where we got to. I mean, I guess, you know, we misjudged it a bit, but even the polling said, I mean, the polling came back and said 57-43. It's, what, 59.5. So even from a polling perspective, that's a bit worse. We need to have a conversation. But first off, we need to see who's in the party room. So who's yet to come? Let's have that conversation. Who might step up and put themselves forward? I mean, right at the moment, we have one ongoing member in the lower house where the leader comes from. It's great to see, for example, Sandra Brewer in Cottesloe, who by her performance tonight and her speech, will make a great contribution to the Parliament in the future. I thought that was excellent, and maybe there's roles for that. But we need to sort this through. We need to work out who's in the party room and the best way forward. When you have this kind of loss, it takes a little while to sort through that.
No doubt about that, and you need to see who's in the party room. That's true. Matt Keogh's now with us on the desk. We chatted to you a little earlier in the night, the Federal Labor member for Burt and the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs. Thanks for joining us, and I'm sure for Labor, plenty of celebration tonight.
Well, David, firstly, we never take anything for granted. None of the state members, as I said to you before, did, and certainly federally. Whilst this looks like a great board to see for WA federally as well, we don't take anything for granted heading into a federal election.
Do you also take the lessons of that primary vote drop there, that plunge of 16.5% away from Labor?
Well, I think as we discussed before, you're talking about a swing back from a very unusual high primary vote and two-party preferred vote for WA Labor coming out of the 2021 state election. But what I do take heart in is if you look at the board and you look around even some of our most marginal federal seats, we've won those state seats in those areas. Our two-party preferred vote and our primary votes are still high votes in those areas. Yep. And so going into a federal election where not only do you see there's that support for the Labor Party in a strong way across across metropolitan Perth and across Western Australia, but also just from an on-the-ground point of view, having the continued support and cooperation that we see between the state and federal governments and the MPs on the ground as well. Being able to continue doing that is helpful.
So it gives you a confidence boost ahead of the federal election?
Well, as I said, I don't take anything for granted, but I'm very pleased to see the very strong result that WA Labor has had and that we'll be able to continue to work strongly with them.
Let's go to Antony Green for a look at, well, there's still a whole bunch of seats, aren't there, that are in doubt, but Churchlands, what's happening there?
What's happened there is the first of the pre-poll votes came in, and Basil Zemplis got 50% of the pre-poll, and that just tilts the situation entirely. We now believe Basil Zemplis will win the seat. If you look at the two-party preferred that's going, there's now a 3.6% swing to him. So from there, I'd expect him to win half the vote, because what's to come is lots of postals and pre-polls that were cast outside the district. So I'd expect that they'll probably favour him as well. So I think Basil Zemplis will win, but it's certainly a much, much narrower win than anybody expected. The next one's Kalamunda. We were using preference estimates for a long time, and suddenly we got a preference count, and the flows of preferences to Labor it was basically an even split of preferences. There's a substantial vote, the 9% for the Nationals. Clearly those preferences are flowing stronger to the Liberal Party than you usually expect with the Nationals. National preferences flowing W tend to be only 75 to 80% to the Liberal Party. They seem to be stronger there. There's also a vote for One Nation. And the Australian Christians may only get 2.6%, but they're a party that can often deliver 80 to 85% of preferences. So there's very strong flows, and we don't think from that first preference vote Karen Beale can win that seat. So at the moment, we're predicting that Adam Hort will win that seat. This is one of those rare seats where there's more preferences flowing to him, but let me see, 63%. I suspect, let's look at the two-party preferred, 53.5. I think that's probably locked in. So it looks like Adam Hort will be the new member for Kalamunda.
And Nedlands, what's happening there?
What happened there is that some more votes came in. Jonathan Huston's vote is just not very high, and the preference flows to the Labor Party were very strong on the preferences we've seen. So we've got 13 on the primaries, 2 candidate preferred, we've got 10 preference counts, and the swing's only 2.9%. Now, if it's anything like Churchlands, when we get some pre-polls, the pre-polls will be strong for the Liberal Party, and if they're stronger for the Liberal Party, that swing will increase. So while we've got that one in doubt, I suspect probably the Liberal Party, I mean, Labor's currently ahead. I suspect the Liberal Party's probably favoured to win that seat. But again, it's just not, it's 2.9%. This is a Liberal heartland seat, and that's all the swing they've got. And what, 3.6 next door in Churchlands. Scarborough, I haven't had a look at Scarborough, we've still got it as a Labor gain. So it's been quite a disastrous result.
Quite a disastrous result. Let's go to Andrew Hastie, the federal Liberal member for Canning, joining us now once again. Quite a disastrous result for the Liberal Party, says Antony Green. Would you disagree at all with that?
No, I think Anthony's spot on. It is a disaster. But there are some green shoots, and if you look at the outer metropolitan area where there's a cost of living crisis, where there's mortgage stress, where there's a housing shortage, where we're not getting essential services, you're seeing massive swings. You've seen it in Kalamunda, and if you come south of the river and you look at Rockingham, Baldivis, Secret Harbour, Darling Range, and then into my neck of the woods with Dawesville, Mandurah, Murray-Wellington, these seats are swinging hard against the government. And so I think federally, what that means is that there are opportunities for us if we can demonstrate that we're better at managing the economy and delivering cost of living relief for working families and seniors.
But isn't the issue that, yes, those swings are going away from Labor's historically high watermark from 4 years ago, but they're just not going to the Liberals. They're spreading around everywhere, and particularly millennial voters, Gen Z, they're not going to the Liberal Party.
You're right, there are high primary votes for the minor parties, but they are coming back to us. But the point is they're not going for Labor. So Labor's done very well in the inner metropolitan area, but in the outer metropolitan and regional areas, their vote has collapsed in many respects. Not enough to deliver the seat to the Liberal Party, but certainly I think from a federal perspective, there are opportunities there, particularly in seats like Hasluck and Bullwinkle. Of course, we've got a lot of work to do in Tangney and Curtin, given that we didn't get the swings that we'd expected, particularly in seats like Bateman and Riverton.
But what's giving you hope in Tangney and Curtin based on tonight's results? Doesn't this suggest you're going to struggle to win those seats back.
Well, we will certainly have a big fight on our hands, but Tom White and Ernest Wong, they're both, Howard Ong, they're both fantastic candidates, and they're going to work very hard to deliver those seats for the Liberal Party. But again, you know, Pearce, Hasluck, Bullwinkle, even Swan, and further south, Canning and Forrest, these are federal seats that we can push into, and I think Peter Dutton's personal brand plays best in those seats because working Australians, you know, he resonates with those people.
And look, I know earlier in the evening you were backing in Libby Metham. You have acknowledged now, though, this is a disastrous result. I'm not sure if you're going to weigh in on what your state counterparts should be doing on the leadership front.
Well, I think Steve Thomas said it best. Let's wait and see what happens. Who's actually in the party room down here in Dawesville? We're making up ground, and we're yet to see the big dump of pre-poll votes, which is largely from a lot of senior Australians who are concerned about issues like health. And we made the Peel Health Campus and Labor's failure to deliver the $150 million worth of upgrades the issue. We made it a referendum on health, so we might come from behind there, but certainly. You know, let's wait and see. And on Libby's performance, look, she did a good job, but seat by seat, it's been very lumpy. And so those who are potentially touted as future leaders, it's you know, we've only just heard that Basil Zemplis is on track to win Churchlands. I think Liam Staltari, who will be the member for Green, he's done a fantastic job, and my hat off to him. He's really performed very well.
So, final question then to you, Andrew Hastie. Is there anything tonight that makes you think the federal Liberals need to change anything at all, or you just keep doing what you're doing?
I think it comes down to cost of living for families and seniors in the mortgage belt who are feeling neglected, who are doing it tough, who are dealing with a housing shortage, rents that are through the roof, who aren't getting the hospital services that they need because of ramping, and who are spending far too long on roads that are increasingly congested because of Labor's uncontrolled immigration over the last 3 years. 1.5 million people into this country. Perth's had one of the highest growth rates.
Fact check this guy, David.
Which has had one of the highest. Hey, Mario.
Hey, Andrew.
There we are.
Jump on in. He wants to have a go at you. So.
Mate, to quote Paul Keating, you're the salmon who jumps on the hook, mate. But certainly,
you got to stop baiting it so much.
We're going to work hard. We're going to have to work hard, and of course, we'll learn from this and come back stronger.
Okay, but I'm not sure I got an answer there about whether you need to change anything. You talked about cost of living. Does that mean you would now start backing the Labor government's cost of living measures?
We need to demonstrate that we understand the cost of living pressure and deliver cost of living relief measures.
Keep opposing things like energy bill relief and so on.
Oh, is this Matt or David? I can't. Who's pushing the Labor lines?
No, I'm just asking whether you need to change anything.
Just asking you some questions, Andrew. That's all. You know. Just asking you some valid questions.
Right. Are we good?
All right.
He's out.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Andrew Hastie, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for joining us there this evening.
See you, Andrew.
See ya.
All right, Matt Keogh, let me...
Thank you,
Thank you. Let me come to you. I know there was a lot of that you were taking issue with, but clearly the Liberals still see some grassroots of things they can cling to there that would give them hope about some of those seats.
Well, I just thought it was interesting. Obviously, we were just saying then, Andrew has correctly identified that cost of living is a huge issue. Yet, in the Parliament, they voted against every cost of living measure that our government has brought about, whether it was the energy bill credits, whether it was around the gas, making sure we were reserving gas for local consumption, whether it's about strengthening Medicare that we've been doing, whether it's about cheaper childcare. All of those things they have voted against in the federal Parliament. But he also talked about the inner city supporting Labor, but not the outer suburbs. But if you look across the board, whether it's Southern River, Armidale, West Swan, Baldivis, Rockingham, Kwinana, Butler, Secret Harbour, Swan Hills, Lansdale, Mandurah, Wanneroo, Darling Range, all of those areas are outer suburban. Yeah. They are the ones that have been feeling that pain in mortgages and are benefiting from interest rates now starting to fall because inflation is under control. Andrew mentioned immigration. Immigration's actually come down under our government. They opposed the things we were trying to do to bring down immigration. So his thesis doesn't stack up.
OK, but
they're not actually listening.
OK, in fairness, though, just to stick to the facts, immigration did overshoot the sort of numbers that you projected, that the government projected.
Immigration made up a backlog from COVID, which was their projected numbers.
OK, but
and then we put in place matters to come down.
There's no denying the numbers came in much higher, much higher than the government was forecasting. But look, you pointed to the cost of living relief that the government's provided. I mean, the Liberals would argue that inflation itself was the problem, that it stayed too high for too long, that government spending contributed to that. Do you take any lessons from tonight? Anything that the Labor Party needs to change to address these concerns in the suburbs?
I think it certainly reaffirms the things that we're talking about as being incredibly important. So those cost of living measures. But to the extent, for example, healthcare has been an issue that's come up in this election. The work that we've done in rolling out urgent care clinics and working with the state government, identifying where they should be located to best take the pressure off the emergency department, so that things that can conditions that can be properly dealt with better through an urgent care clinic. So we've just opened one in Gosnells, for example, in my area. That takes pressure off the emergency department in Armidale. So those two things working together are a great example of how, at a state and federal level, we're working on managing those health pressures together to address those very issues, and we're rolling out even more of those urgent care clinics to help address those issues, as well as the investment the state is making into hospitals. So we can keep doing that. You mentioned how Roger Cook focused on Made in WA. Our Future Made in Australia program is exactly that on a national level. And so those things are what people want to see happening in our country, becoming a manufacturing country again. And that's the things we're focused on.
Can I just suggest that the Federal Labor Party should take absolutely no comfort in the red wall that you see before you tonight, because I think there's a massive difference between the state election and the federal election. And I can tell you out and about in the community, my view, and I said it earlier, my view is that most people made up their mind on the state election before Christmas. I don't think the campaign's changed very much at all. But what I can tell you is, particularly out in the regions, but also in metropolitan Perth, they are waiting for the federal election because they do not have the same connection at a federal level as they do at a state. So I would suggest that you would be very cautious about assuming that this means anything positive for the Federal Labor Party. I actually think that it's going to be a very different election in a couple of months' time.
Well, and I certainly said we don't take anything for granted, but you're right. There's a very different level of connection. You know, Peter Dutton's never here, and he's not known to Western Australia. The only thing he's known in Western Australia for was he opposed the GST deal for WA. Albo is here all the time, regularly visiting, engaging with the state government, going out and about, not just in metropolitan Perth, but across the regions of WA as well. So there is certainly a disconnect from the Liberal Party with Western Australia.
Thank you for the infomercial, but in reality, it is a completely different election. And despite all the rhetoric that comes out, you are going to find yourself in a very different position, because the community here is not fond of your Prime Minister, and the Labor Party is going to find a very different fight on its hands when it comes to the federal election, presumably in May.
OK, let's go to the big board. Tabarak Al-Jarood, take us through it for a final time this evening. How's it looking?
Well, the big board here has helped us, get a picture of how tonight has played out. We started with a very lopsided board, and hours later, it's still looking pretty lopsided. The goal tonight for the Nationals and the Liberal Party was to get back to their benchmark level in 2017, where they held 18 seats. So far, they've been able to retain their 5 seats and been able to pick up an extra 3, including Churchlands. That brings them to 8 seats. Now, let's be generous and say that they win the remaining seats. That would bring them to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 seats. That's less than the benchmark that they wanted. So the first question for tonight was, who would form government? As we've heard, we know Premier Roger Cook will still be Premier tomorrow. The second question for tonight was, can the Liberal and Nationals Party get competitive enough for the next election? Well, Rhiannon and David, as we can see, they haven't achieved what they'd hoped to tonight.
No, that was clear too from Libby Medham's remarks as well. I want to get some final thoughts from everyone. Tony and Cos, might just quickly start with you on where things sit after this latest emphatic Labor win in the West.
Wanneroo, 51.2% primary vote. Butler, 48%. Jundicott, 46%. Now, people over in the East Coast, on the Labor side of politics, will be dreaming about these numbers. These are pretty... I mean, yes, there's been a correction, but the primary vote in a lot of these seats in the outer suburbs that Labor holds is just astronomical.
Still very strong, yeah.
I mean, Rita's seat, it's close to 60%. I mean, that's unheard of in Australian politics, right? So it is the best Labor branch in the country. It's very clear, and it's very good at winning elections, and it's very good at understanding suburban politics. There's no question about that. However, in terms of how this applies federally, the East Coast is a totally different world, and that's fundamentally the point I would like to make. That, and it's you know, Tony mentioned at the beginning of the telecast today about the different, in terms of sentiments, right direction, wrong direction, very positive in Western Australia, very negative in the East Coast. So federally, that's where the contest is going to be fought and won and lost.
All right, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, before this state election, our federal research in Western Australia showed that really Bullwinkle was probably the only seat that we were prepared to give away to the coalition. After tonight, I don't think my position has changed much on that, but I think a lot of people will be going through the results in Pearce, Hasluck, Tagney and Bullwinkle, because the indicative swings there tonight, albeit a state vote, did exceed the margins, the federal margins. Now, that does not apples for apples, as we know. And as Cos pointed out, the primary vote is incredibly healthy for the Labor Party in those seats. However, the two PP swings were quite savage. They are under mortgage stress. There is economic insecurity in those seats. So I think all parties will be looking at those seats tonight and in coming weeks to see if there is opportunity there. But my sense is, you know, there's still probably only Bullwinkle is on the table.
All right. Rita, what are your final thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say thank you to my electorate West Swan for those incredible numbers today, and thank my team out there who have been working very hard, Olivia, David and my entire campaign team. Look, my thoughts are that this is a testament of a hard-working government. We've been there for 8 years and we have worked really hard every day, and I thank the WA community for trusting us for another term. We don't take this lightly and we are humbled by the result, and we want to get back to work and continue to deliver, and we're going to work very hard every day to make sure that the trust the WA public have put in us, that we return that trust. And again, I think it's a testament of Mark McGowan, Roger Cook and a very good team, a unified, solid team who have WA in their heart.
Well, I'll give you some final thoughts too, David.
Please do.
Just more soul-searching for the WA Liberals, and I think on these results they could be looking at another 2 terms in opposition.
Yeah, that's the stark reality of those numbers, isn't it, Steve?
That's a joyful note to bring to me. Thank you. Look, congratulations to Roger Cook and Rita on your victory. After 2021, the Liberal Party in particular found itself looking for relevance. And you'd have to say on the results tonight that we are still looking for relevance. We still have to find a way to communicate with the community properly, to understand what the community wants of us. I still think to take more of a traditional conservative view of things, but to be able to communicate in a way that we can reach out to the next generation in particular, but the community. There's a lot of soul searching to be done. Obviously, the things that we tried to do haven't been successful. I think massive change is required within the Liberal Party just to be able to progress and be competitive going forward, and that process needs to start almost immediately.
Yeah, okay.
Look, this is the election result that neither of the major parties really expected. They came into tonight on pretty much the same page of how many seats they'd win. They both got it wrong. For Labor, you know, this is a good win, but they can't let the lessons that we've seen in that primary vote be lost in the celebrations there. For the Liberals, I mean, this is the 3rd election in a row now where they have been dealt a really clear and devastating message. They haven't heard it the last 2 times. Something big would have to change this time for them to turn it around, and we'll see very soon whether they hear that message or not.
Yeah, indeed. Look, thank you. And Matt Keogh, look, thank you for joining us this evening as well throughout the evening. We go to Antony Green now for his final thoughts on where things sit.
We showed the map earlier and there was no change. There's been a little bit more change as we got some early votes and as some preference counts come in. So the current prediction is we've got the Labor Party losing Kalamunda to the Liberal Party. Big blue splot up in the hills there. Got Churchlands and Green both being won by the Liberal Party. Netherlands and Fremantle remain in doubt. Netherlands, I suspect the Liberals will win that when we get some pre-polls. Fremantle, we won't know for a couple of days, I suspect. The Commission was doing a Labor Greens count, but clearly the Independents leading on first preferences there. So Labor still dominates all across Perth on these numbers here. Now let's go to the... Actually, I'll go to the... let's go home first. The primary vote, the Labor votes now it's drifted down to 43.1, still only 40% counted. Liberals 27.4. The Nationals has dropped as more of the city voters come in. The Greens, very solid result on 11. One Nation 3.8, others 9. That change in votes occurred. Labor primary is down 16, but only 6% of that has gone to the Liberal Party. 4 to the Greens, bit to One Nation, bit to others. The minor parties were wiped out at the election. So to some extent, what we're seeing here is some of that vote that deserted the minor parties in 2021 Labor and went to Labor has gone back to those minor parties. It's flowing through to a two-party preferred swing at this stage of 10%. So at this stage, Labor's 59.5, which is still better than the news poll. Maybe that will come down with pre-polls. There's a lot of pre-polls, a lot of absence still to be reported. But still, given that is still the second best result and the second largest majority in Western Australian political history. So let's look at that chamber as it fills in tonight. At the end of the evening, we have Labor on 43, which is 2 more than they won in 2017. The Liberals on 5 and the Nationals on 4. So there's a good chance that they will resolve who's going to be the opposition leader, and it will probably be the Liberal Party this time. And we'll look at, I think I've got some more likelies. No change there. What I will say, there's been some very complex counts. Kalgoorlie, Pilbara, Geraldton, Albany. Labor could lose a number of those. It's not as all clear who would finish second. At the moment up in Kimberley, Mr Spackman, Darren Spackman, is leading the first preferences, but that included the Kununurra pre-poll, which is where he's from. I suspect once the mobiles are in, it won't be that sort of result. There's some very patchy results. There's a number of seats like Warren Blackwood where everybody's under 30%, so it'll be very difficult to work out for some time yet. So it's been quite a... it's been a dramatic result for the Labor Party in Perth. They're doing much better than expected. In the regions, not nearly as good for Labor, but it's not exactly clear who's benefited in the regions. And there's going to be a few seats where it's going to be a good week before we're clear who's won.
Another extraordinary result, no doubt about it. Well, as many of you at home will know, last week, Antony Green here announced that the forthcoming federal election will be his last as the ABC's chief election analyst.
And that means that this is his last WA election. His first was in 1993, and since then he's helped West Australians understand the results of 9 state elections.
I love these pictures, Antony. Thank you for your superb work tonight. And in fact, more than 90 elections that you've covered over 3 decades.
Antony, the Premier, Roger Cook, sent you this message from the campaign trail.
Let's have a look at Churchlands.
We just want to place on record our appreciation for everything that you've done, calling of elections across the country over the years. You are as Aussie when it comes to democracy as the democracy sausage. Congratulations on this important milestone. Wish you all the very best for the future. And on behalf of every Western Australian, thank you very much for making sense of this chaos which we call democracy.
Antony, we had to embarrass you at the end of the night. There was no escaping it.
Many years ago, Richard Corr introduced me once, and I said, the worst thing about being an election analyst is people blame you when they get the result they don't like. So at the end of that, Richard Corr stood up and said, I'd like to thank Antony for the 1996 election result. So I'm sure Roger's particularly chuffed with the result, actually.
Oh, look, you're the only one I know who gets praise from both sides of politics. They all love you, as we all do. So, Antony, thank you for another cracking election night count for us.
And thank you also to our panellists this evening, the Deputy Premier and Treasurer Rita Safiotti.
Thank you.
And Liberal frontbencher Steve Thomas, thank you very much. Our state political reporter Kian Burke, thank you for your insights this evening. And Tabarak Al-Jarood at the Big Board, thank you. And Tony and Koz from Redbridge, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
And thank you, Ree. This has been a great coverage. Really good to spend it with all of you. That is WA votes for 2025. Labor winning a third consecutive landslide term. At the close of counting, there's been a two-party swing of around 10% to the Liberal Party. Labor has lost at least 4 seats, and as counting continues, it's projected to hold more than 43 in the next parliament, as Antony said, and that's a very comfortable majority.
The Liberals have gained at least 3 seats and should become the formal opposition after tonight holding at least 5 seats in the Legislative Assembly. So far, the Nationals have won 4 seats, a gain of 1.
So this is a result that will have been watched closely by Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton. And for full analysis of the federal implications and fallout for this, join us for Insiders live from right here in Perth tomorrow morning.
As counting continues over the next few days, you can stay up to date at news.abc.net.au. From all of the team here, good night.
Good night.